Alright, welcome back to another stream of AC3 Remastered with our no HUD playthrough. And yeah, today we're gonna be diving into sequence 4 and following. We're gonna be starting Ratonakiron's or Connor's part of the story after we finish the Haven introduction. And yeah, it's all about kind of like a childhood growing up as a Mohawk and eventually learning about his supposed destiny, which will change, of course, the course of his actions and where he's going, of eventually becoming an assassin. I've also actually looked into kind of like how we can make the no HUD thing better for the playthrough, because AC3 Remastered, even with everything turned off, still displays quite a bit of the HUD, which kind of goes a bit against the challenge. Now for the introduction, it didn't really matter that much because it's been pretty linear either way. But for the rest of the playthrough, I really wanted to kind of like take care of that, and I found a mod which actually disables all the HUD in the game, including menus even. So kind of like pressing caps lock will basically get rid of even the menu in like the main menu. Very wild. Which means it actually gets rid of like literally all the HUD in the game. Even the things that I might wanna have usually displayed in a no HUD run. So it could be that even the like the missions and how they're called, you know, don't actually get displayed properly. So what I'm thinking is, I'm gonna basically turn this off completely whenever I'm doing like a mission or whenever the game is like saying this is the objective. Because that's the only case really where the HUD is like really intrusive, I guess. However, since this no HUD mod also gets rid of all the subtitles, we're gonna go ahead and also disable the subtitles in general. Which isn't really that much of a biggie, because the subtitles are not really ideal in this remastered as well. Like they're often not timed correctly and then often have like the wrong speaker name, especially in modern day. So I don't think not having the subtitles is like a big loss here. But yeah, I'm of course kind of like sorry for those of you who might not, you know, having any volume on the stream. Or I guess if you can't like hear that well. But yeah, it's kind of like a compromise I guess I have to make here for this playthrough, at least. For Black Flag it shouldn't be an issue because we can just have everything disabled and still have subtitles going. But yeah, that's essentially the plan here. And I think I might have also figured out how we can check the in-game time. Apparently you have to go to the Enemies Training Center, the main menu, and have a look from there. So I will have to check that out once I get back into the main menu of the game. But yeah, for now, let's go back into present day. Hello there, Hermione. Welcome in. It definitely is. Yeah, it is ready for some Templar necks, that's for sure. Yeah, so last time we actually took care of all the modern day. Now there's technically a Juno dialogue, but we're not gonna trigger that until we find the power source to get the next kind of like part of the temple powered up here. So yeah, it's back into the enemies for us. Some Templar necks or necks? Oh, both I guess. Necks, and naked edits.
All right, here goes.
Undan nizero het stanyu. Awira awa unte yard on jadagun. Tone warda nagarade. Disa Jerda Nero Niha. Next Yate Huayat and a Kerda. As a Gantita Jerda Oni. Next Ya Otena Digari Wastakwe. Agungwe that soon a Wahuan Nordunquidzi Neotnessa Godea Ogun'a. Zewa Jerda Sriat Dizax ne Hatham. Raganarun Quaque unte Zinito Guenu. Nek zi Ohando Yoha Wihtun yat de Haganeraque. Zinuer o Jokwa Templar Alguego Tadinyaro Darhox. Ne Onha at Getsanis. Zi got get soon a rian a Higunsa Gandanu a got gato Zine Sagar Scarnex.
Interesting, so even with subtitles off, you still have a subtitles of course for Mohawk. And that's of course important, like gotta have it enabled for those parts. So we can understand what we're saying.
Zit one day star.
Onisa Jerdha.
Ya Otena Gwanek Gwanek.
Radunagedu, the Wakarichirunyana, Runajagedu Nadaratu than Yokodunis.
How was? Nexi dosa easy nakahonda di Yahaze.
Erda izuet di jona wat stage. Gariwes wat geno harenu tigo yorunya zawadak gwenya sum'a. Gonna squaxor on a Johnny.
Okay, so here's the thing. Since the mod kinda like disables the HUD for everything, including the subtitles, it will also mean that it won't display kinda like, you know, the translation here for the Kanikaga language. Which means for these parts of the missions, I'm gonna have the mod not enabled, I guess. So we're gonna have to live with the main objective being displayed, because for me it's more important that we understand what they're saying, you know. But once we go back to English, we're gonna go and disable the like HUD completely during missions. I did, yeah, there's basically a mod that allows you to like toggle everything, like this. However, it will actually get rid of all the HUD, like including subtitles, including even like main menu. Like going into the main menus like this with a no HUD mod. But you can of course just toggle it and re-enable it. But yeah. So over here we should actually have a start option, right? Time played 32 hours. Right. Why is it saying 32 hours? I mean, this can't even be like my total playtime either. Like, or maybe this does include like the other save that I have a main menu. That could be. Because like overall, like I definitely played more time with Remastered already. Definitely between 50 to 100 hours at least. But this could just be like both of my save files combined for some reason. I was kind of hoping we could look at the playtime and then, you know, add map counters accordingly. But maybe I just have to go from here and add one at 33 hours next. Because currently I've added 2 so far with like 4 to 5 hours of playtime. So I feel like that's fair. And I might just have a look if it like moves up naturally in 45 minutes. So once the stream reaches around 1 hour, I'm gonna go and check again here if it has passed 33 hours. Exactly, that's what I thought as well, Hermione, you know. Like, obviously, if I didn't have a mod, that objective would still be displayed. And it's only like a very small part of a game, I guess. Like, once you get past the whole, like, Mohawk interactions, we can you know, just like deactivate everything and we won't miss anything about the story. But this part is quite dialogue heavy, of course, and being in its native language, the subtitles are kind of necessary. But the game thinks as well, right, because I have all the subtitles disabled in the main optionals, and it's still getting displayed in the game, so it's of course kind of like necessary to have. I think the kind of like time played is really weird, but whatever. I'm just gonna check later.
Zizohak ahondo zinyori yung garah kwatne.
Hi, Sta.
Hi, Sta. Zaga de Deriwasta.
Zazah Dandi. Ha'o, wa Zazah Dandi.
Så vad det då ni går och så också komma. Det då så jag där så han det jag.
Doga nuang zede wakede.
Gundi Gawana Oguaho Yaga Gundi Nagere Ga'a Tony Guna Sinio Ne Okwari.
Danane radiatine kera. Renungwe, runsa nage, de wat tirat kawas. Wagari warge di ot stara ginatanyadu, radinagare.
Energy de Tadi. Onataya Yeduawe. Wanahoda de wat karitsa dunyane.
Yagoda setuga. Haha, Zora Gohadu. Is it as a datum?
It's like, not again.
Aska Degani Asa Gayeri.
Thank you for redeeming the passive challenge. Busted. So it won't really apply for now, because obviously I don't have any combat unlocked yet. But once you get to a point where the passive challenge might apply, like for the next kind of like mission, for instance, where we can use combat, I'm gonna do it. So I'm gonna put that on hold for now, until it kind of like is actually able to perform, because obviously at this point, there's no point. Being a pacifist, it's kind of like a given. But yeah, one thing though, you're not supposed to write something in there. Or at least you're not supposed to like have to write something in there. So let me go ahead and just adjust that real quick. Okay, I think now should just be redeemable without having to enter anything. But yeah, the way it works is basically we're gonna wait until a point where the challenge might apply, you know, properly. And then I'm gonna do like a 5-minute timer, and if I violate the rule, then I have to do it for another 5 minutes. Yeah, I like that idea with the challenges that you made, Hermione. And I figured it might actually be nice to kind of like add that on top of like the no HUD stuff. So yeah, that way they're like short and sweet, you know, but they do change certain missions up. And of course you guys can kind of like decide when it happens. So if I get into like a mission where, you know, it's like very difficult to stealth, then of course having like a stealth challenge would be really adding like another edge on top. That being said, any kind like for stealth scenarios, or if there's like literally no way to like do the floor's lava thing because I'm like in the middle of nowhere, then you know, I have to make exceptions of course, but whenever it's possible, we're gonna do it. But yeah, if you guys have like more ideas about potential challenges, definitely feel free to share, because I would like to add like a more and bigger variety at some point.
Susi so yonder negiga.
I mean, no damage is a nice one. That's a nice idea for sure. Might actually be really tricky, like depending on the situation. Like imagine like doing an AC Odyssey Conquest battle, no damage. It's like, okay then. Blade Oni would also be nice for sure. For counter attacks. Ah, that's unique. Yeah, so the thing is, I actually have limited amount of like changes I can add because of course still have my sound bits going and stuff. And you can only do like so many rewards on Twitch. But I could like temporarily disable at least some of them. But I think there might be space for like another 1 or 2 challenges for now. No eagle vision. I could live with that, I think. I mean, in some missions it might be difficult. But generally speaking, I think I'm definitely good without eagle vision for most of the time. Obviously, the challenge always depends a little bit on what situation gets like triggered in.
Oh, okne de yung kohare te dana tayo juni jo kore akta iwes.
Turn to a tree. Okay. Not quite sure which tree it was exactly, but it's fine. It was like somewhere down here.
Ay de way zaka ne akta su anana adawat kirit sirunyasi.
Okay, which tree was it? That is a question. I mean, we have the, you know, footprints here. It was definitely one of those. But the question is, where's the checkpoint? And also, do all of them have to be here? Also, a question of whether or not I have to like interact ever. Also, hey there, Harbinger, how's it going, dude? Welcome in. Janiverse Hermione, I hope you have a good lurk, and I hope work is going well for you. Ah, okay, that was.
Jidawat kari chiduni.
Izaya Hizayatawe.
Aska, Degini, Asa, Gayerdi, Whisk, Yayak, Zada, Sategu, Jotu, Oyerdi, Oska you are it, Degini you are it, Asa you are it, Gayerdi you are it, Whisk you are it, Yayak you are it, Zada you are it, Sategu you are it, Jotu you are it.
What have we here?
You look familiar. Where have I seen you before? That wasn't very nice.
Let me go!
Listen to that. He knows English.
Small for a savage.
More spirited, too. We have questions for your elders. Only tell us where your village is, boy, and you can go.
Best do as he asks, child.
I could snap your neck, you know. A little more pressure, and pop. The sad little flame of your life extinguished. You are a nothing, a speck of dust. You and all your ilk, living in the dirt like animals, oblivious to the true ways of the world. The wiser among you recognize the shape of the future. They throw themselves at our feet and beg mercy. But not you, it seems. No. You cling desperately to your ways, too ignorant to know your folly. But I am not unkind. And so I spare you, that you may carry word to your people. Let them know the sooner we are given what we seek, the sooner you can return to your pathetic, empty lives. A fair trade, is it not?
What is your name?
Charles Lee. Why do you ask?
So I can find you.
I look forward to it.
Yeah, this whole encounter, you know, like you really asked yourself first, what is Shardsley doing here, and also the other Templars, right? Because Haven's later saying that he didn't tell them to do this. You know, he told them to give up the search for the precursor sites. But there's kind of like a, you know, staple storyline where a lot of the Templars actually go against what Haven tells them to do. Or they kind of like do something behind his back, you know. The church does it, certainly Shardsley does it. Certainly Haven didn't want Shardsley to attack or kind of like threaten, you know, the people that Zio belongs to, because he was very much in love with her. So this isn't really like on, you know, Haven's responsibility here, I guess. But the interesting thing is the whole burning of the village supposedly wasn't done by Shardsley, but by George Washington. However, there's a couple of issues with that, and it's kind of like what irks a lot of people with this game story, and so does it me, is But the whole reason behind, George Washington being responsible for the burning doesn't make sense, because at this point he wasn't with the army anymore, and supposedly was done through the army. He actually came back several years later. And then he also talks about it, how it was 14 years ago when Haven Carlager exposed it in front of Connor. Later in the story. But 14 years ago was 4 years now in the future. Was actually 18 years ago or something like that. So, yeah, George Washington has burnt down villages, but according to what Washington says, it was actually much later in the story, not at this point. And of course, the coincidence of Charlesley pulling up here, knocking us out, and then the village being, burned, could just be a massive coincidence. But it could also be that Charlesley was still acting on behalf of the army at this point, and maybe he had something to do with this. But of course, the thing there is, it doesn't make sense either, because Charlesley wants to get the information from the elders of the village, and he needs them alive to get it. So why would he burn them? Maybe something has happened between him knocking us out and the burning happening, but obviously he tells us to give him the message, so I guess that part is done and they kind of go away. So yeah, I feel like there's lots of issues, but I think what's most likely is they did an error in the writing, and that it was meant to be 18 years ago, or Haven was just blatantly lying. But it's kind of like an unresolved kind of like issue in the writing, which means there's like multiple theories, but the game says it was George Washington, so I guess that's what's supposed to be canon, even if it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But I think it still doesn't change anything about Connor's desire, or Ratonagedon's desire, to find Charlesley and to take revenge, because attacking a child like this, is just as horrible in lots of ways, And even if Charlesley wasn't responsible for the, burning of a village, it doesn't change the fact that he did this whole tirade about what he thinks about the Mohawk people, And later he himself even says that he will burn down his village, So it's like he's certainly capable of this, even if he wasn't it at this point. That doesn't change anything about Charlesley just being, a villain, essentially, Connor. And I think that's the more important part there. The fact he attacked the child, and what he thinks of Mohawk people. Joe, you've reached to the point where you need a ton of resources for final Drestia upgrades, level 53, and have like 20 cultists left. You've been making good progress there, dude. But yeah, the upgrades for the Drestia are so damn grindy. I mean, the game is so damn grindy in general. Especially if we're not doing completionists or like do a lot of side content. And yeah, if you kind of like want to get like proper, upgrades for the Drestia, it just gets ridiculous at some point. But I guess they're often really like more designed towards certain levels and kind of like the income flow of resources you have at that point. I feel like it's always worth putting them on hold until you get to a point where it's much easier getting resources from dismantling like high level weapons and stuff. But yeah, personally, I think it's tiny bit too grindy. Especially since it's also tied to the ancient tablets, right, or however they're called. They're kind of like a limited resource, which is even more annoying because you both have to grind like tons of, reusable resources. And then you still have to get the limited resource as well to be able to upgrade. And that's the most annoying thing for me because it forces you to constantly check like blacksmiths and look for the locations where they are to be found. So, yeah. That was annoying if you try to actually max out the address, yeah.
Istaa.
Yeah, for some reason there's no subtitles here. What I'm just gonna do is I'm gonna enable the subtitles until we go to English. Because I do wanna see what Connor says here. It sounds so much like the Ghost of Tsushima soundtrack right here.
Radun hagedu! Kohnu gwadi!
Doge.
Radun hagedu! Kohnu gwadi!
Dogo yena was. Go iges. Anto yanaratne.
Yahta, John! Onak ti on sadego! Onak!
Yadzik andene.
Zodzi onaga ona! Zet sotstek! Radun hagedu! Onak ti on zartni gunrat zartni duhage!
Dodek.
Aserek! Toga zun haak! Asesege! Nek ti zaderi ondarak! Dinawe! Andini kwe gunhage!
Ja, zadarissa, da gwatka. Da girihu, akenyagante.
Onurumpa!
Ista!
A scene every single time.
Ghana!
So heartbreaking.
Naga isa. Dato wa gani kong roni. Segunda gena kwa.
You know, getting to witness that as a kid. Like, the mother burning like this, and then also like the final words she says to him, you know. Just too much to handle, you know. Like, he's like the perfect, like permanent trauma now, forever, essentially, you know. Like already growing up with only one parent and then, you know, losing her like this. And yeah, it's no wonder, you know, that Connor, of course, turned out the way he was. You know, that he might not be as outgoing as an Ezio Auditore da Firenze was, because, you know, he had to witness this as like a, I don't know, 6-year-old child or whatever. I'm not sure how it was supposed to be here. But, yeah. I think this is something that people just like to glance over sometimes when they like to criticize Connor for not being like monotone or whatever, you know. Because there's a very good reason he is the way he is. And it's also not just because of that, but also because of his cultural upbringing, of course. But yeah, so it seems like the timer's going alright here, so I'm just gonna go and track starting from 32, I guess. I mean, basically we started at 30 counting total, because currently we're at 2, so I'm just gonna add another one in half an hour of playtime. It works. You just always have to think minus 30 and then it's alright. How about you have a fine upgrade of each part doesn't require tablets, still better than Valhalla at this section of the game, and at least Odyssey has New Game Plus, you can farm resources there. In Valhalla you are stuck with one armor set and that's close to max if grind. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean Valhalla was definitely more limiting in terms of like items to get and how much you could potentially grind if you dedicate yourself to it. But I guess what I liked in Valhalla is that you could commit to a certain armor set and you didn't really have to worry about grinding ever again for the rest of the game, if that's not your thing. I guess it depends what you're kind of like into. But yeah, I think there's pros and cons to either system for sure.
Gats, ingeni o tasseraya. O yaner mongeni wanun dosse ay deni roro ke tinohoda de dom dom ne ayogara we ori wage. Andi jadassa wane ay deni sto zera roro ke. Amado ene kane thoda di jatka thunyu we ne ay deni ti nakwa tsari. Wasqueni, ya zodi de wandore ne wahi. Easy, Ona.
Yo, tena de drowned in the ayena.
Huh? Zezak tinuwe yo dikunde. Zahaga yo yanere.
Yum zaskats.
Nekti doni gari was tuna yo tuhage. Nona ska guidene ne, da wasa gayeri ni hadi runungwe kaa ta hunana dakwage. So knona askana nage ne, ta de watna neda. Iga gar hagunsu hundo ratu, kaa hunzage hunda ditaru. Garu ne zosera aska de wanyawa na hadihage. Yahtes kariwes ta yunki yakwa daze te.
Segun ino tumne.
Ha, nekti zaha akta da hunenu haje. Te dum zohum jokna e de waire. Toga yaho tena tai de waire, toga yah tai de waderio. To are na zawane.
Tokni ko hak. Wagerek ta gari hunyani o nirt zia gerata.
Tigawanio. To agots yotti na kuni. Zaha gasto zeriohage ziniotne oya.
Nek zia tamdo era ye dene dene ka hondage.
Yata diodum zohum unka e goderianderage wahi. Hau yungeni dogas ki doga andeni gweni toya yedenewe. Ne dosa ya yedini rada ne unzage.
Waderian dat seraksa ne giga.
Das kena gera.
Atona Gedon wie Outlaw. Oh, there's the 3 floors lava challenge. Don't touch the ground or water.
Onaga toya hedenewe.
What the? Kwahnek dakser.
Toga der halat. Dosta da guatka.
Weil er bezogt war.
Ona deni rata.
Zodzi one dore.
Onioti isere zaha set satstege doga yacha sadatrege.
Nekti ohna yawane doga atjada ne dano gihie.
Doga oya watti nakunyanyo akta satkan zera.
really like this part of the game, you know, kind of like getting the introduction to like the way that Connor grew up in, or Ratonaketon, I should say. Because this surely also had, of course, a big impact on why he is the character that he is later, you know, why he's not really accustomed to like the social norms of the Western society, you know, like even small things like handshakes, you know, don't come natural to him because it's just not the way, you know, like what he's used to greeting, essentially. Which is why I feel like a bit awkward in some situations, but everybody would, you know. I mean, it's like getting into a different culture that you haven't heard anything about, or not overly much. And then like supposed to like blend in perfectly with all the social norms and actions. It's just not possible. And everyone would probably feel awkward to like outsiders. But yeah, I feel like you can't really, you know, criticize Connor for that though, can you?
Nahoda, what got ni gohroni?
Yatta wak gwenyo agwego yang gani haraunge. Ga gader harde zinora agwego a seroroge. Gaduga isere ya the gayeri zinigo yung geniyo. Kont kor harege. The garungada na otta.
Okay, gotta find more weapons. Oh, I guess technically I don't have to, it's just like an optional objective. Yeah, I don't know, Harbinger. I mean, you can technically say, for instance, you know, I want to commit to the Raven Clan set. And, I mean, there's like enough tungsten ingot, for instance, I guess, to upgrade it at least like in that sense, you know, to like the last level. And titanium, of course, can be found not only at merchants, but you can get it across the open world as well. Like it's a lootable, of course, resource, even if it might be a bit difficult to find. I wouldn't say it's like entirely time-based, like you can find titanium outside of it. But obviously it's like not as easy to grind as it is in Odyssey with most of the resources. But I find that Odyssey, of course, also has the issue with limited resources, You know, for instance, with the ancient tablets I talked about, which are still necessary to upgrade the Adressia. Even if they're not required for the last upgrades. And they're of course like similar, that you have to go to a merchant to buy them. Or that you have to go, you know, like loot them at certain locations. I would definitely agree and say that it is definitely easier in Odyssey to do so. In Valhalla it's definitely more limiting and more aggressive in that sense. But yeah, honestly I never really felt like... I mean, the thing is, you know, it's not really necessary even to grind out your gear. Which doesn't really speak for Valhalla's RPG mechanics, of course, you know. Because in Valhalla, I feel like you can have like not upgraded gear, like armor, you would still be fine most of the time if you can't like master the mechanics. So I guess in Valhalla it's a bit more relative, you know. Like you're not required really to max out everything, you will be fine either way most of the time. In Odyssey, I guess it's more aggressive in the sense of you really gotta upgrade, otherwise you're gonna like struggle a lot more to do enough damage, etc. I guess the kind of like range of like potential damage you can do in Odyssey is insane with like the high numbers of damage. Whereas in Valhalla is like much smaller scale, more like the hundreds kind of like range. In Odyssey it's like 1 million damage, you know. Which of course means in order to get that 1 million damage across the board, you have to like always keep your gear in check and always upgrade it. And for me, Odyssey feels a lot more grindy in that regard, you know, because you gotta like constantly upgrade your gear in order to feel effective. Whereas in Valhalla you don't. And I feel like that's fine, you know, because Odyssey is definitely focusing a lot more on being RPG than Valhalla does. But sometimes I'm just really not down for the grind. At an Odyssey I feel like the entire game loop is just grind. You know, like conquest battles, mercenary fights. Just to kind of get enough resources to upgrade your gear to the current level again. That's how it feels to me most of the time.
I want to go on to Jahdandi on.
Yeah, segu de dom zom mai deni wararoro ge danu ganehum.
Agwa ya no want to take a director away. Then it does the zero zuzi wagareso.
Anguri hunya, kanadakta ezot kudina gerenyo, toan di jadora de. Dohum zahum yo snore am dayo kwate. Yot kwenyes ya kan heyate. Kaya danoru ne giga de ham tanega. Onek tia de waderi wa kwenyas tage ne sa oyera.
Okay, wanna have a look if there's something to interact with, like to investigate here.
Kada denak dotas aundasa de sanuni. Doganze sadawate. Ande wadu nege negario. Tanu yan wadoratsera yan ne.
Agwa next is in what it sanio.
Ona anteni yanzere. Yo snore se wahra guetarungo. Skena sua tanut kayeri. Yahta o waru kok tat de zaduhumzoni. Nekti ganehum oni. Toga danzasteri ha. Asi daksa anguna dun hasse ona onio zi asat karhara.
I really like this aspect of Connor as well, you know, how it's kind of like really in tune with nature. And how it kind of like always thanks nature and the animal, I guess, for providing, you know, both the meat but also the, you know, pelt and stuff. So there's like kind of like, you know, like he wouldn't just kill for sport, I guess. Even if he later kinda does. But that's not the way he grows up, at least, you know. But of course, for gameplay's sake, there are certain like hunting society missions where you go out to get certain animals. But there's still, you know, would always be kind of like to serve something. It wouldn't be without cause, I guess. That he would take a life of an animal.
Jojera, tu onek tia se tsari zinume guja darorox ne gundirio. Dio sumagaru de, ti de watskan hunkwa. Ti gahnegi rata. Zezak ne gayandere matrori zi unwak to dundundawarie. Kanaktio ne ga ayut karhara. Hauki oya zijat karhara. Kan tozat karhara.
Kaniyot.
Yuyanere, hau jade nyanda ne zaha gario dawana ye deniena, jini gariwe sugenir hare.
Yeah, I gotta memorize this tree here. It's definitely at least in range of a village. And it's right next to the, you know, road here. Because I gotta go back here later to check the snare. So I gotta memorize this place here.
To idawes, so de stanios niza ona.
Ya, kaya gwire danu gahure au naya anga daksa de ne ganehum. Negi gas kaya da gesnu sage angats de zi anjena. Onak tis kena sun a ange. Toga oskenundu ayungeniga amadego. Takwa de rorok. Tamaga da hujo se au da geni gora di hato.
Yot quenis, stanios tiwa serio. Yuyanere.
Ona deni roroke zino hoda de odom zohum. Au zejatka zera neyunt karharakwa.
Okay, let's find the road again. Wasn't this one, I don't think. It was the next one, I'm quite sure. Maybe it wasn't. I guess it was this one. Over here?
Tim jadum zoni sego, nekti yate zugini naktode. Onekti de deni zaru ajadora de. Toga idenere ya daye de nokta.
Yahte wagder yan dare.
Kunye takwa, tazada de tak ni nize.
Ah, that face on Connor. It's really funny. Also like how he's like knocking on this belly there. There's some faith in you. Okay, there's also the option to actually combine a snare and bait here. Let me go ahead and put a snare here. And wait. Hopefully not a deer comes here to check this out, but a small animal. Okay, never mind, where's the deer? It's probably gonna trigger the trap, but I won't kill it. I just kill the deer then. Okay, let's try it again. Any smaller animals here? I guess not. Fucking hell, there was actually 2 foxes coming. No. Okay, there's a fox coming. Yeah, that worked. Alright, perfect.
Aunza ka ke de ona.
Okay, so now to find Ganon Dokon. Not quite sure where it's supposed to be, but the area is kind of like secluded with the enemy's wards, so guess he must have been somewhere around this area here. The tricky part is gonna be in this game definitely the checkpoint finding, because unlike in the previous games, you don't actually have like a visual indicator for checkpoints, I don't think. I mean, you have like shimmering effects on like doors or characters if they are interactive or indictable. But it's not quite the same as like, you know, where's the next checkpoint, because that stuff doesn't get displayed. So could be, you know, there's like a very specific position inside this whole area that I have to go to trigger Ganon Dokon appearing. Also, I wonder one thing. They have like this thing here. That disable the HUD. Okay, that gets still displayed. That's cool. It's actually quite useful, because I was hoping that it would still be displayed even with all the HUDs disabled. Also, hey there, Mustang, welcome in. Yeah, I really like the whole like growing up with Connor kind of like storyline. It really like grounds you in like, you know, the culture that he's kind of like being raised in. At the moment I'm just looking for Ganon Dokon, because I finished all of my hunting. I'm not quite sure where he is gonna like appear for the bear attack, I guess. Yeah, we already passed the hide and seek. Currently playing as teenage Connor. It's definitely that I guess we have to like run back to the village center again, but it was on one of the roads at least. I guess it must be like somewhere close by. But yeah, this is basically where we have to run back to. Oh, nice. We found it. Yeah, it was just like a random checkpoint.
Oh, na awa ne. Otku.
Yeah, not gonna find this one. Not yet, at least.
Agua gets honey, was geht nyagante? Nyawa.
Am ze jahtandi ona. Ayawa siro najage hodi ni guhrayanda ne. Tinojera ya ezo de tiena.
Nektiato deot.
Oh niot.
Rat dukhawa hageri hunya.
Yeah, same here. I think it was a great decision to kind of like include the Kaninke Mohawk language into this game. We also work together quite closely with an organization that tries to preserve the culture for it. And, you know, they kind of like took advice on what they should include, what they shouldn't include. They also got some of them to do some of the voice acting. And I mean, even Noah Watts, the voice actor for Connor Ratonakidon, he's also having a background, like a culture background there. So he also grew up speaking the language, I believe. Yeah, so the language is called Kaninke, I think. And the tribe is called Kaninkahaka. But I think Kaninkahaka is basically synonymous with Mohawk, being like the translation, I guess. Something to remember.
Agaderian dare dizardi hoye was onojera dia garha gunchedeweta. Onojera dia deatia jaranire ne oya ganyoke haga ziwaderio. Uma wasundade donzaderi hua seraguase. Yohunjanorunge yunguadenadayan danune amha ajunguaderi wayani ne Ayatia se Donisege Undruhunza.
Arahaja zidogane gando ayatiri hune yukiswas saha odisas tasirayanda ne.
Yunguadora zine to naya dewayer hage. Yunguayat dodarhe zinogayera ne deetiswa neda. Danu ne dogat to no dewayere yot deru ayunguajonha se.
Onujera zitoni yori hawana ne aidawada den hodu. na hoda tiga.
Kan hoha.
Ane?
Greetings, Guardian.
Are you a spirit?
You may think of me as such.
Where am I?
You are where you were before. If you mean to ask what it is you now see, it is known as the Nexus. From here, probabilities are calculated so that the proper path may be chosen.
What path?
Yours. Follow me.
What have you done to me?
Selected a form familiar to your culture. It is designed to ease navigation. We have waited millennia for your arrival. You, who will bring to him the last piece, that he may open the door.
I do not understand.
Nor need you. I sense my words cause pain. But such was not my intention. You are important, child, in more ways than you will ever know. As we speak, forces gather in secret, preparing to seize control of the land. If they succeed, the sanctuary will be breached. Yours is a special lineage. Past, present, future. Many are connected to you. Many who have changed the world, who will change the world. So too shall you. I have called you here that you might know your duty. You must protect Sanctuary from those who would undo our work.
What sanctuary? What work?
Maintaining your current course will result in a negative outcome. Premature access will destabilize the region. Your village and its people will be destroyed.
What am I to do?
You will learn of a man who will provide additional training. Seek this symbol. No doubt you have many questions. Time will see them answered. For now, you must follow, leading for later.
Radun hagerdun, got nuwe ni satka, tuntiga gari wayarunitstun.
Adun hets wagena duni. Wat garo di rungwe daya jadatka. Agena dun hase o nio di akande. Da tune tiga runungwe. Easy na gahanda di tunas. Gari was siwa gaderi andere. Tanu easy ki oni. Arahajo ziza det ni gorizo ne dosa seri wayena.
Yung gar haratstone ayede wa dunhunjanuna. Nexti da sheri de nise. De ot den yung haje hunjage dano ya taundo ayung da se dunhage.
Ya ka atakit skoda ge tanu agader harda dene ayede wa wanda ne.
Wa gunya do dari sigi. Owadu era osete.
Ohnu jera di desaderi huadenyani.
Aze gaya tak gweni daguri huadeni. Yahasa giga. Ase tari jina hoda ze sakstit kada kunegas. Tonu e dagatka tone gari huayernitsto. Ne egi garun gwera hawi o yashnena zinio zizatnista hawa shagoshnena.
Yama.
Seria sadoga, nekti gets hani sozi ezos are harde. Was sezakane gari huayronitstu, satahatsari.
There we go. Connor leaving his village behind because he knows what might happen to it if he doesn't. Being burned yet again.
Leaving home was harder than I thought. I expected the journey would fill me with a sort of pride, a sense of accomplishment. But whatever it was that carried me away from home soon fled, replaced by questions, and no small amount of doubt. Had I been too hasty? Had I made a mistake? The others in the village, they thought this was something I wanted, something I chose to do. But it never felt that way to me. No, it was not a choice. It was an obligation. Because if not me, then who?
Yeah. I mean, in a way, you know, it's like also a repetition of his trauma where, you know, like saying, okay, yeah, the village might be burned again and I might lose more of the people I care about. So he kind of like sacrifices his own, you know, life to kind of like take care of this. But in a way, it also aligns, of course, with his beliefs because he was, of course, looking beyond the village already before, you know, saying what might happen if, you know, the settlers come closer and closer to settling near their village, which is, of course, eventually happening. It's very much, I guess, what he already foresaw in some ways, even if he doesn't understand the entire reason for him setting out, right? Because Juno is, of course, also talking about that he should bring the last piece to the Chosen One or something, which, of course, means that Connor has to give the key to Desmond, or at least show Desmond where the key is. So Desmond can then open the final gate in the temple and interact with the eye device. But yeah, that of course goes beyond Connor's understanding. And what he can even, you know, understand at this point. He just cares about his village. That's his main motivation here. Also, hey, the Kill Bandit. Native American have a great language. They definitely do. I think it's very pleasant to listen to. What is that? Drugs. Yeah. The magic crystal ball filled with drugs. Yeah, it's a great mission, Mustang. I'm really glad that I now have the HUD mod installed as well, so we could actually disable all the objective markers and stuff, because it just made it much more cinematic, you know. Yeah, speaking of which, we actually at a point now where we won't hear any Mohawk language for quite a while. So we're gonna go ahead and disable the subtitles completely. And then whenever we have like the display of any objectives, we're gonna go and enable the mod so that doesn't happen. Okay, so I think we're getting quite close to a mission where I can do the pacifist challenge busted. I'm thinking about doing the one where, you know, Connor's like sleeping in the tent and, or like at Achilles' outdoors. And he's being like, or he's attacking, I guess, the guys going after Achilles. So I think I'm gonna use the challenge for that, if that's alright with you.
Get out of the way!
After him!
But yeah, it's these guys right there. What is happening to Connor's legs? Like really weird sometimes. Like glitching out to the left and right. One thing I really love about this game is the whole like homestead area, you know, and how much it just looks like the frontier at the start of the game. But the more people you get to settle here, you know, the more it kind of like takes on the form of like a small town or village. And yeah, just really cool seeing like the place transform, I think. Yeah. Some money, but you can keep your horse.
Hello.
Hello.
You must be one of them native fellas from the, what's it called? Iroquois tribe. Aye. You from that?
Of course not, Terry. Iroquois ain't a tribe.
Is so.
Is not. The Iroquois is a confederation.
Confederate what now?
Confederation, ya Tony. It's a group, an alliance. Lots of different kinds of people all united.
Right. Like I said, a tribe.
Listen, you toddy-headed twiddlepoop. There's a difference between a tribe and a confederation, and it's not my fault your skull's too thick to make sense of it.
Who you calling a twiddlepoop, you crump-back scab? Hey now, this is between me and him.
Yeah, mind your business.
Ah, that's so funny. It's like you guys talked to me and wanted to learn about confederations and stuff. And then I'm the one responsible what? But yeah, we're gonna have many more of those situations where we just fight with each other.
Just give it a few days. We'll tend to the wound. Private matters being discussed here. Best you move along.
Ah, so we can already interact with these guys.
Won't warn you again.
I wonder, I mean, I reckon it's still gonna be the same amount of people that come attack us. But I wonder if it has any bearing, because I've never done this before. Can I take these guys? I don't think so. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, they're invincible. There it is. Davenport Homestead.
What?
I was told you could train me.
No. Go away!
I'm not leaving!
Alright, so I'm gonna be going for the pacifist challenge starting now, which means I can only take down the guys attacking me now with my fists, but not with my weapons full. So 5 minutes starting now.
I need a place to camp.
Oh, never mind. It's actually the next time we go to sleep, isn't it? Never mind, let me pause the timer there. I'm gonna do it once it's actually happening. But yeah, it's gonna be one more day before the attack happens.
There must be another way in. Please, all I ask is a moment of your time.
I apologize if I've been unclear or otherwise confused you with my words. It was never my intention to mislead, so let me try to clarify. Get the hell off my land!
Coming up!
It's like the more angry Achilles gets and the more pissed off he's with Connor being here, the more determined Connor gets to actually get inside. That's one thing I admire about Connor is like how determined he is, you know.
Just hear me out. What are you so afraid of?
Afraid? You think I'm afraid of anything? Least of all a self-important little scab like you? Or you might dream of being a hero, of riding to rescues, of saving the world. But stay this course, And the only thing you're gonna be is dead. The world's moved on, boy. Best you do too.
I will not leave, do you hear me? I'm never leaving. Just wait, old man. I will not be defeated so easily.
Right, now it starts.
These are square toes. This'll be easy.
That's what you said last time, and I wound up with a dead horse and a dark eye.
Who are you?
No one you need concern yourself with, little britches.
Best cut for something bad happens.
No.
Can't say we didn't warn ya.
Okay, so I want to have my fists equipped, so I'm gonna fight with that. No. That's the determination I was talking about. But yes, I can only use my fists here.
You're only making things worse.
Songs and spirits can't save you now.
Why are you here? What do you want?
Best ask the boss man.
You working for the old man, then? That it? Maybe this'll get you talking. Oh.
Thank you.
Clean this up. Then I suppose we should talk.
Weather in this game was quite good. It really was. Yeah, the whole like weather and season system, I think they've done a great job with. Such a leap, you know, between Revelations and this, like graphically, but also like technologically. Yeah, so basically I installed the mod, right, that like enables you to do no HUD completely, but it also takes away subtitles, so I figured I don't want to like have it just be inconsistent, so I took away subtitles completely except for the Mohawk parts. I'm gonna enable them for that. But if the no HUD mod is already getting rid of all the subtitles, then I'm just gonna get rid of them completely, for the English parts at least.
Sorry.
Not your fault. This whole place is ready to come down. Goddamn miracle it hasn't already. Anyway, who are you?
My name is Radohangado.
Right. Well, I'm not even going to try and pronounce that. Now, tell me why you're here.
I was told to seek this symbol.
Do you even know what that symbol represents? Or what it is you're asking for?
No.
And yet, here you are.
The spirit said that I am...
These spirits of yours have been harassing the assassins for centuries. Ever since Ezio uncorked the bottle. But you don't even know what an assassin is, do you? Well, best settled in then. I've got a story to tell, and it's gonna take a while to get it all out. And so, this is why the Assassins have dedicated themselves to the pursuit of the Templars. Because if they succeed, your spirit's visions will become reality.
Then I will stop them.
Oh, I have no doubt you'll try. Come on, I've something to show you. Careful. Wasn't a joke when I said this place was coming apart.
Why don't you repair it?
What's the point? Besides, I don't have materials for the job.
So buy them.
Look at me. You think I can just march into some store, purse full of pounds, and go shopping?
Yes. Why not?
So naive. This way. I don't think you can just come in here, throw those on, and call yourself an assassin.
I did not. I would never presume...
That's all right. I know they've a certain allure. Very well. I'll train you. Then we'll know if you've the right to wear those robes.
Thank you.
Name's Achilles. Come on, then. We've work to do.
You are a speck of dust, a nothing. You and all your kind, living in the dirt like animals, oblivious to the true ways of the world.
What do the Templars want?
What they've always wanted. Control. They see an opportunity in the colonies. A chance for new beginnings, unfettered by the chaos of the past. This is why they backed the British. Here they have a chance to illustrate the merits of their beliefs, a people in service to the principles of order and structure.
I have seen what is to come if they succeed. They have to die, don't they? All of them. Even my father.
Especially your father. He's the one holding the whole thing together.
So I trained. In running, in climbing, in fighting, in falling, And for every lesson that concerned the body, there were 2 that concerned the mind. Language, philosophy, logic, the arts. Achilles taught most often of the assassins and Templars, their structures, origins, and purpose. Centuries of history condensed into a few short days. I told him of the men who had burned my village, of Charles Lee, and my promise to him. Achilles explained that Lee and his followers were Templars, and that they were led by none other than my own father. If I was to serve the order, these men would become my targets. So I worked harder, learned faster, but for all my progress, it was clear that I still had much to learn. My training had only just begun.
Yeah, this game really takes its time to introduce everything, you know, the characters, and really put them on a journey. But honestly, I do like that about this game as well. You know, I mean, it's nice when the game kind of like throws you directly into the action and you're like already like, you know, open to explore like super early into the game. But I don't think every game has to be like that. And I kind of appreciate now with this game that it takes this time to introduce everything, all the characters, the mechanics, etc., the game world. That's right, Mustang. Yeah, there's the aim button. And if you actually choose another kind of like, for example, snare, then you can use it without him drawing a bow, and kind of like go into a bit more of a cinematic camera, I guess, of sorts. I wonder if I disable the HUD completely. Ah yeah, reticule isn't displayed with no HUD enabled. Interesting. That's kind of cool.
Good morning.
To you as well. You taking a trip?
I've decided to do something about the house, and you're going to help me. Get it? Don't stare.
Sorry.
Come on.
This place is incredible. The people, the sounds and smells. I could walk these streets for days and know not even half its wonders.
I thought the same as you upon a time. These days, I much prefer the quiet of the countryside.
But there is so much life here. So many opportunities.
For a few, my boy. For a few. There's a store close to here. You're to buy the items on this list. Tell them where the carriage is, and they'll see that it's loaded. Understood?
Yes.
Good. You're also going to need a new name. Your skin is fair enough that you might pass for one with Spanish or Italian blood. Better to be thought a Spaniard than a native. And both are better still than I.
That is not true.
What's true and what is aren't always the same.
What would you call me then?
Kana. Yes, that will be your name. All right then, off you go.
Yeah, sad world we're living in, you know. That Achilles says that, you know, that it's still better than what he is. Because of his social standing, you know. But yeah, obviously, you know, even if it's not true, it's still what, you know, society decides for themselves. And it's still affecting him, you know, even if Connor doesn't think that way. No worries whatsoever, Mustang. I hope you have a good day. Thank you for dropping by and joining. And yeah, I will catch you next time. Okay, so we have to find a store.
Sorry, mate.
I don't want another one.
I grow tired of this. It seems each day a new tax is levied, a new rule enforced, all without our consent. The Revenue Act, the Indemnity Act, the Commissioners of Customs Act. Oh, Chancellor Townsend must have thought himself so clever when he papered these thefts and made them law, but the Constitution says we've a right to refuse, that there will be no taxation without representation. Tell me, who represented us in Parliament? Who spoke on our behalf? Signed in our stead? Give me a name. Only you can't. And you know why? You can't tell me who represented us because nobody did.
Eva Arno. Another character for voice actor for him voiced already. He also voiced Kata.
You lost?
I need the items on this list.
Will you be paying with coin or trade? Some of these things I have, some I don't. Lumber's hard to come by since my supplier up and vanished. I have the tools and pitch, though. Nails, too. So, where do you want this delivered?
Our wagon is near the State House. I should return to Achilles.
Who stands in Parliament for Boston? For New York? For Virginia? No one.
Everyone, come with us. We've had enough. Ragtag and riffraff, come with me.
We're headed to the customs house to toss some quips at the lobsters.
Things escalated quickly here.
James, Sam, come on. We're going to ruffle some red-backed feathers.
With me, to King Street. We'll show 'em.
What happened?
That's what we're going to find out.
Down to the customs
Follow
house
me.
for a spree. Come along.
I say again, disperse! Congregating in this manner is forbidden!
We're not going anywhere, Bug!
Oi! Why did you go back to England?
No good can come of this chaos! Return to your homes, and all will be forgiven!
Never!
Not until you've answered for your crimes!
You're right, cowards!
You don't scare us.
Pointing guns at unarmed
We
folk.
ain't afraid!
Is that my father?
Yes, which means trouble is sure to follow. I need you to tail his accomplice. This crowd is a powder keg. We can't allow him to light the fuse.
But
nothing. Do as I say and go.
Come on, you gosh-gutted coward! You doesn't shoot at me!
Hey, Lobster! Go ahead! Fire your little gun!
You red-back, rum-soaked, bacon-faced lout! I just shoot
where did he go? Fuck? Aber... Yes, excellent pathfinding there.
Boy, you there! What's all the fuss about?
Fire at the townhouse.
Your plot is ended.
Not quite.
Damn you! Fire!
I need to find Achilles.
Alright, so that finishes that quest. Now we gotta get rid of the notoriety vote and we gotta find Achilles. Well, Achilles has already left, so we have to meet with Sam Adams, was that his name? Let me see if I can find some wanted posters or... never mind, that is actually being introduced in the quest, isn't it? Yeah, finding Sam Adams now is gonna be tricky. I was not quite sure where it's supposed to be. Also, this is a good opportunity to check the Enemies Training Center for the stats here, because I want to look how much time has passed. So, we have passed 33 hours, which means I can actually add another one to the counter there. And in 12 minutes of playtime, we can add number 4. You think it might be easier to just count how many times I looked? Yeah, I mean, the thing is that I don't want to, like, look more often than once per hour, you know? And depending on the game, that can definitely be the case. Like, for example, in Brotherhood, we ran into situations where I didn't have enough map counters. So, I want to kind of, like, have an indication, I guess, you know, how often I can look at the map, I guess. Still, and that I don't like, you know, surpass that essentially. Don't mind me. Hey, Velombex, welcome in. Yeah, that's what we are currently. Just fight this out then. I really want to. Teenage Connor can do this. That should do it. Okay, I think I found the location. This should be it. Funny that it doesn't slip on the snow when he's running the rooftop. That's true. Not quite so realistic, is it now? Wait to unlock the chain assassinations, or chain kills, I should say. Yeah, it's unfortunately a thing with the music volume of this game, where in like very intense combat or chase scenes, the music is just way louder than usual. I don't really want to turn down the music volume in general, because then in other parts when like ambient music is playing, etc., or like just cutscene music, it's like too, you know, quiet. So yeah, I guess you just gotta live with the intense music for some parts of the game.
You're Achilles' boy. Connor, was it? I saw what happened at the townhouse. A fine mess, that.
Who are you?
Samuel Adams, at your service. Achilles asked me to get you out of Boston.
Explain.
The whole city's looking for you.
Oh yay, oh yay! A criminal stalks the streets, wanted in connection with the massacre at the townhouse. Citizens are advised to call the guards if they see him. £10 to whoever brings this madman.
What am I supposed to do?
You can take down these posters for a start. Return to me once you remove the others. We can't be seen together until these posters are gone.
You think it's fine? Okay. Oh yay, oh yay. If I should announce anything on stream now. Oh yay, oh yay.
I've nothing more to say so long as those posters remain.
I can't actually whistle from here. Interesting. I can do this. Okay, so at least we're not at max notoriety now.
None can say for certain who fired the first shot, but we now suspect a man of native origin. Many speculate as to why he acted. A show of solidarity with the protesters? Vengeance for an attack on his people? Or was it merely an act of madness? I fear we shall have no answers.
There should be a poster somewhere in this location. Yeah, it's right over there. Okay, is that enough, or do I still have more wanted posters to take down?
Act of madness. I fear we shall have no answers until he is in custody.
Okay, we're good.
Ah, Connor. There you are. I'd like you to meet Cyrus.
Is he the killer?
Peace. Cyrus is on our side, or rather, for the right price, he will be.
Have you seen this man?
Watch and learn.
Oh yay, oh yay! Word has reached us that the man responsible for today's shooting may have been in disguise. A wig and makeup tin were found near the scene of the crime. Witnesses describe a middle-aged gentleman of pale complexion fleeing towards the wharves, rifle in arm.
Thank you kindly, Cyrus.
Pleasure.
Come on, then. There's still one last bit of work to do.
Where are we going?
To the printer. Where do you think all those posters came from? They're made by a machine. We need to shut it down.
Sorry guys, give me just one sec. Alright, I'm back. Just had to take care of some very quick. Hey there, Billy, welcome in. Connor, the protagonist of this game, he's basically half Mohawk, like half indigenous and half British, given that his father kinda like came over from Britain. But he does grow up in a Mohawk village in the frontier, in the forest. And he basically gets in contact with the assassins as a teenager, and he's now in training, essentially, for them. Okay, so we gotta escort Sam to the underground entrance of the Green Dragon Tavern. Yeah, if I knew where it was, that would be nice.
Damn it, we're too late. They've set up a checkpoint. Come on, this way.
I can go by rooftop and meet you there.
No, Better you learn about the tunnels now.
Tunnels?
The Masons have a whole network of them under the city. They're quite useful when speed and secrecy are required.
I mean, we at least know what we're guarding, I guess, so it's likely to be in that kind of like area. Can you follow me through here? Okay, I can't go through there right now. Fair enough. Okay, there's another checkpoint here. Let's go around this area. It's not the Green Dragon Tavern, wo is it here? Or is it? I mean, it looks like it is. Yeah. So we gotta go around here. Yeah, that's the location. I'm quite sure we can go there from the backside. Yeah, easy enough.
Here we are, then. I'll see you inside. Hold on.
I did, yeah, Assassin's Creed Nexus, the newest Assassin's Creed game. It's supposed to be actually quite decent, at least from people that have played it and that I watched some reviews of. It was actually quite alright, I think. What's actually cool is they got the voice actors for Ezio, Connor and Cassandra back to voice the characters as well, which is always a highlight, I think. Especially when the character hasn't voiced, or an actor hasn't voiced a character for so long, like in, you know, Ezio's case.
Use your lantern to light the lamps, Connor. They'll help us find our way should we get turned around.
I wonder why they built these tunnels.
Imagine having to complete like the entire tunnels with no HUD. Use the lantern, Ellen. I mean, Connor.
Excellent. Let us move on.
So where do we gotta go then? I could actually like use my lantern to look up the Northport, maybe?
Much as it pains me to say it, we must follow the rats, as they often move in the direction of an exit.
Yeah, we're on the right path here.
Well, well. You were right. I apologize for ever doubting. No wonder Achilles has taken such an interest in you. Arse. I don't suppose lockpicking is part of your repertoire?
Okay, so we have to enable the hardware for this minigame. Or do I? Maybe I don't. Let me see. Okay, that's number one. Okay, I didn't. It works.
Well done. The printer isn't far. Let us reconvene there.
Right, so Sam Adams should be somewhere around the port area. I think he's supposed to show us how we get back to the homestead. What? What have I done? I don't have any notoriety. Okay, the game minimized. I understand what I've done to deserve being chased here. What the fuck? Why do they hate my guts? Okay, I want to have a quick look what my actual objective here is currently. Just meet with Sam Adams. Okay. That's a bit annoying if I think I have to meet him at the docks and there's just like everywhere soldiers looking for me. Like I must have some sort of notoriety here for some reason, even though we kinda got rid of it, didn't we? These guys don't hate my guts, so I have no idea what happened there. Okay, maybe we're good now. They seem to have forgotten about me. What? Why are they trying to detect us again? Yeah, Sam Adams, where are you? Fortunately, I had to take care of something when he was giving me information in the cutscenes, so I couldn't re-listen to it. I'm not sure if he did tell me where to meet him next. The print shop. Ah, okay. Makes sense. I guess that's why I'm still getting detected by these guys here. I'll just to find the print shop number so and so. Okay, we got a bakery. Oh dear, finding a print shop now. Got a blacksmith. Thing is also there's like multiple print shops and I have to like go to a very specific one, I reckon. While still having notoriety. Tavern, shoe shop, have a blacksmith. And there's a printer shop. Nice, that's the right one.
You ask a great deal of me, Sam.
I know, but I wouldn't be here if it wasn't important, if it wasn't vital.
Fine. Just this once, though. In the future, such things will come at a price. Resetting the type is neither quick nor easy. To say nothing of the cost should I be discovered.
I shall not forget this kindness.
Nor I.
His work will see your last little bit of notoriety erased. Come, I'll show you how to leave now that order's been restored. So, now you've had a chance to see how it all works. Untoward actions will upset the citizens and inevitably lead to the guards being called. Depending on the severity of your transgression, they may simply search a bit before giving up and returning to their posts. But should you offend them severely or repeatedly, they'll become much more aggressive in their pursuits. I've shown you 3 ways to turn the tide. Remove wanted posters, bribe town criers, or visit a printer to create your own propaganda.
This feels wrong. Why not just speak to someone and explain my innocence?
You can't be serious.
We counter one lie with another. Words on paper instantly taken as truth. And all of it without question.
They loose this beast. Or have you forgotten? I merely helped you tame and turn it round.
There must be another way. Something more honest.
Well, when you find it, do let me know. But until then, we sculpt with the clay we have.
My apologies. I do not mean to sound ungrateful.
Quite all right. I was much the same at your age. You'll grow out of it.
And if I do not? If I refuse?
Here we are. Speak with the harbor master and he'll see you home.
Thank you for everything, Sam. I promise one day to repay the favor.
Oh, I'm counting on it.
Like this.
The random NPC just walking into cutscenes. Doesn't ruin the immersion, does it? So, here's the thing. I'm not sure if I have to fast travel here. I might have to, because it's kind of part of the tutorial. But I don't think I do I? I think I can like naturally travel back. Even if this is kind of like realistic fast travel with like ships and everything. So yeah, I guess, I mean I have no fast travel rule, so if it's not enforced on me, then I'm gonna have to like find a way back myself. So hopefully it works. Let's take a horse and go that direction. Good thing orientation wise here is if the water is to our left, then we are going south. In that direction we have to go to get to a frontier at least. From where we can kind of like take the water to our right to go north. So it should be kind of easy to navigate for most part. But I think, actually, now that I think about it, New York, the frontier, and Boston all have like the same kind of like thing where the water is in the east, I guess, of the map. Which means, you know, orientation-wise will always be the same whether we go north or south, depending where the water is. So that should actually be quite easy to navigate with. Now that I think about it. And yeah, so far we didn't really have to look at the map yet, so definitely want to keep it that way for as long as possible. I gotcha, Kill Bennett. Same thought then. Okay, never mind. I think I'm losing it. Yeah. Okay, let's disable the HUD here because I don't want to do this fort just yet. You've been to Boston a few times? Oh yeah? I haven't been myself yet. I've only visited America once, and we've been more like on the south side, like the southern border. But yeah, I would love to visit Boston, New York, Philadelphia at some point. Do you kill Bennett? Nice. Yeah, I've been to New Orleans, and we kind of like did a road trip over like Dallas, Albuquerque, towards California, like LA, Las Vegas, and the likes. So it was kind of like the route we went. Okay, almost made it out of Boston. Hey there, Switchblade, welcome in. Indeed, yeah, we're just currently in the training phase here of Connor as an assassin. Just have a Boston Massacre mission, and we're now finding our way back to Davenport, Homestead. Hey there, Afro. Hate snow. Yeah, it can be definitely a bit of a nuisance to get past, I guess. But it makes tree parkour all the more attractive. Oh, I can't actually call a horse here, can I? That's kind of sucky. Can I go back real quick, grab a horse, then travel back? Because I would really like a horse here to navigate. Okay, there's some. Yeah, I really like this outfit too, and I like how when Connor gets the assassin outfit, he kind of like keeps some of the aspects of his outfit and attaches them to the assassin outfit to kind of like give it a unique flair. Oh, hey there. Another native. Fair enough, Afro. I can definitely feel that way sometimes. Thinking of Red Dead 2, for instance, and the beginning, you know, act of it. Definitely makes you feel the code through the screen almost. But personally, I like snowy and cold weather. In fact, we actually have snow now for day number 3 over here, which I really love. I totally get it, you know, if it's like not something lots of people enjoy. Okay, we have to go this direction here. The lighthouse is kind of like to the east. Is the lighthouse a viewpoint? The floor is lava. You don't want to make it harder? Yeah, I mean, Hermione had that idea a couple streams back, so I thought that's actually a nice idea, you know? But the thing is, with a no HUD, you know, most of the challenge stems from like navigating from one mission to another. So inside missions, it's usually alright playing without the HUD. So, oh yeah, it's a viewpoint. So yeah, I guess you know, for missions it shouldn't be super tricky. Oh, a chest. Heck yeah. Does he ever find out who his grandfather was? You know what? I think in the Tyranny of King Washington DLC, there's like a reference to Edward. I think. It's been quite a while since I last played it. But the thing is, the whole Tyranny of King Washington DLC is kind of like non-canon. Like everything you see happening in like the kind of like illusions of the airport is not really happening. So I guess technically Connor still talks about it or retains that information for himself, but I'm not really sure how aware he really is of his grandfather there, to be honest. So mostly unaware, I would say. That you unlocked what, Hermione? Don't like shuffling it. I don't blame you, Kill Bandit. That's definitely the annoying thing about snow sometimes, you know. Having to deal with that. Or like when the entire car is like getting frosty. But thank you for doing the stealth challenge, Harbinger. I'm gonna wait until the next kind of like mission before I'm gonna apply it or start it. But yeah, I'm gonna start the timer once you get to the next mission where I guess stealth is possible. The floor's lava is really easy and fun to play Mirage, I bet. Yeah, given how, you know, kind of like dense it is with the rooftops and everything. I played around with No HUD and Odyssey a little bit, and it's definitely quite tricky. Because, like, there's quite a lot you don't see as a result, of course. Like, even if you can talk to somebody or not, or if you can assassinate somebody. Which in that game is a bit tricky, because obviously you can assassinate almost anybody. So it would be very easy to get into trouble by accident. Accidentally assassinating somebody because you want to talk to them. So I'm gonna have to think whether or not I maybe enable that option just so I can make a distinction. Because obviously it wasn't very immersive to just like accidentally assassinate folks, I guess. So I have to think about how we'll handle that for Odyssey. I'm gonna play around with the settings until I find something that works well, I think. Can I go up here? I haven't played Red Dead 2 yet without the HUD, so I would really love to do that at some point. I feel like with how immersive the game feels, you know, it would be a very good contender. Or redeemed, you meant to say redeem the floor is lava challenge. Yeah, I don't think you have used it yet, unless I missed it, Hermione. I think the only one that has been redeemed so far was the pacifist challenge by Busted earlier, and now of course the stealth challenge by Harbinger. But I thought they were the only challenges that were redeemed so far, unless I missed something. Ah, you did, Hermione. Oh, sorry. Then I totally missed it. Thank you for reminding me. Okay. Let me see. You mean Achilles would have definitely told him about his grandfather? I mean, I'm not sure, right? Because we don't know about Achilles and Edward ever meeting. I mean, Artabai and Achilles have met for sure. And of course, Artabai and Edward. But I guess Edward is lesser known in the colonies as an assassin and more in England, right? Because he doesn't actually join the assassins before he goes back to England. And I think as far as we know, he doesn't go ever back to the colonies. So I'm not sure how much bearing Edward actually would have on colonies. I'm not sure even if Haven knows he's the son, you know, of Edward or not. But I guess that's also maybe the issue with like AC3 being first written and produced, and then, you know, the whole like Edward story and then Chase story is like more of an afterthought to AC3, even though they take place before. I mean, Rogue suffers a bit more from that, but I mean, unless we know about it happening, I guess we can't really assume that it is happening. Also, hey there, Brutus, welcome in. No worries, thank you for being here and for lurking. I hope you had a good rest and the sleep was good. I know, Hermione, you didn't miss it. But I have to think about when would be a good starting point here for the Floor's Lava Challenge. I mean, I could try to get back to the to the homestead by just going on the trees, but I would have to find a good path first. Kind of like an opportunity to do so. It's of course a bit easier in like an urban environment here. Okay, I mean, how about we try that, right? We're just gonna tree parkour for 5 minutes and we're gonna try to get to the homestead that way. Sounds good? Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, you would kind of assume that Adivale would mention Edward. But, yeah, Edward doesn't really have much of a bearing on Rogue's story overall, I guess. I mean, we have, of course, a whole mission where Adivale gets killed. And that's when Edward gets mentioned, I guess. But it's kind of like independent from, I guess, Achilles. But, I mean, yeah, considering all this, you would definitely assume that Achilles at least has heard about Edward, you know. So, yeah, I don't know. But I feel like Rogue just has many issues with how they portray certain characters, including Achilles. It's like always a bit tricky for me to consider it like completely canon with everything that's happening. I feel like Achilles in general. Well, I kind of forgot to start the timer here. Let's just say we started now. So 5 minutes starting now. I don't know, I feel like the way that Achilles is written in this game and the way he's written in Rogue always feel like so different. And of course, like also just different writers working on it, of course. Okay, so this doesn't count as the ground here because this is actually rocks. Yeah, no, so basically whenever I'm like on rocks, I guess, because that was the only way, of course, to continue tree parkour as well. Like I would say rocks are definitely not floor. But yeah, now comes the tricky part, like how to continue here. Now, if I could call my horse, which I can't, and I could jump on the horse and then go to the next tree. But yeah, this is basically dead end here when it comes to the floor's lava. So I will have to kind of go back and find another path, I guess. But you know, like this wouldn't be the floor, of course. Like being on this rock here. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Let's pause the timer and we're gonna add another 5 minutes. Yeah, I was like hoping that Connor would jump over to that tree, but he wasn't. Okay, so timer's on 8 minutes. Why wouldn't he mention Edward, or why wouldn't Achilles know Edward? It's not like Assassins like erase Edward from history or something. Yeah, no. I mean, it's just like we don't really have Achilles ever mentioning Edward, you know. And of course, Edward didn't really have much of an influence on the assassins in the colonies when he started being an assassin. You know, like Edward doesn't become an assassin before he goes back to the to England, and he's then focusing his kind of like you know, efforts on England, on London. So the whole time that Achilles is primarily active as a mentor in the Brotherhood is when, you know, Edward is like in London, in England. So it's not like they like directly overlapping with what they're doing, you know. But yeah, I would still say, of course, that it's very likely that, you know, he's been at least mentioned or something, but I'm not sure how much of a importance, you know, Edward is having specifically to Achilles. And it's not like the game ever really confirms the two meeting or whatever. Or like really having like much of an influence on each other. But yeah, you would assume if, you know, Achilles knew everything about Edward, and that Edward is the father of Haven, and Haven the father of Connor, that he would also mention Edward. But of course, at this point where the story of AC3 has been written, Edward really wasn't fully, you know, wasn't the character we see him in as in Black Flag. The only thing we really have to work with is Forsaken, and in Forsaken, Edward also feels like quite a different character to Black Flag. And yeah, that's what I mean. I wouldn't just assume something that isn't confirmed, I guess. Okay, I feel like I'm a bit of a dead ending situation here with rooftop parkour, or tree parkour I should say. Since it's not like, you know, like perfectly chained together without being able to touch the floor. I mean, can try to jump over there, but there's like always a risk he's just gonna jump onto the floor. Well then. Yeah, I mean, it's on the parkour route, and it's like on a higher ground than the floor. You know, like looking over there, like the, you know, like rocks and stuff. Not, you know, part of the floor in that sense. So I would definitely say doesn't count. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna say, like, definitely it doesn't count as part of my definition of a challenge. Same as here, you know, like, this isn't the floor. Going down there on the snow will be the floor, which means I can technically also jump on there. And it still doesn't violate. You thought an AC quiz made by Ubisoft, it's on Discord? Interesting. Thank you for posting it, Harbinger. I wonder if I get the facts straight this time. Because I think, was it Bastard or Stanley? That I think participated in the last one, and then Ubisoft had one of their own kind of questions wrong. Which is how they didn't get like a full score apparently. We can of course also climb mountains, and that doesn't count as floor either. But yeah, obviously you then get into a situation where the game is just bugging out. And Connor just decides to fall down for some reason. Like this. But yeah, so the whole challenge will only extend by 5 minutes once though. Which means it's gonna go on for another 2 minutes, and I just have to like keep on going now. I thought like infinitely repeating every 5 minutes or something. But yeah, I'm afraid there's no way really to get to the homestead from here. I just traversing the trees. But yeah, again, not the floor here. Yeah, for some reason I can't do this jump. Like, Connor would just refuse to kind of like do a full committed jump there. Get to the tree. Even if I like try to menu jump beforehand, he will always like do his kind of like jump down. Unfortunately. Alright, but the 10 minutes are over, So this is gonna be where we'll stop with the floor's lava challenge. But yeah, that's of course gonna work a bit better overall, I guess, once actually in the city environment. Or once I can actually call my horse, because that will kind of like be a thing I can utilize to get from one tree to another. By like jumping directly onto the horse and then from the horse to another tree. But yeah, I don't have that option just yet. Alright, Achilles, where are you? Lost Son's return.
Welcome back.
You left me in Boston.
The training we've done here is all well and good, but experience is a better teacher by far.
What of my father?
Into the wind, I'm afraid.
We have to find him.
And we will, after the house has been repaired.
But he's out there plotting who knows what.
And what would you do when you found him? If you found him? You're a boy with a few months of training. He's a man, full grown, who spent decades honing his skills. If you're going to stand a chance against the Templars, you're going to need these. Go on before I change my mind.
I like how we don't even can like properly see him through a window there. AC3 remaster lighting be like.
You, sir, please, help! He's going to die!
Who?
There's no time! Please, come! Down there! He's just passed under the bridge!
Someone!
Alright, let's do this. This would be a pretty fun floor's lava challenge as well here. It's like part of a mission. Yeah, would have to make an exception there.
Please! Someone! Help! Help me! Please! Help me! Please!
What this knobend is trying to say is he's forever in your debt, sir.
Who you calling a knobend?
You, because you are one.
What were you doing on those logs?
One of the dangers of lumbering. We've got the camp set up a few rods off of here, as we're cutting timber. We're hoping to open a mill in the area.
There's a good place not far from the manor on the hill where I'm staying.
I like you already. We'll have a look.
What a knob pet.
I'll miss the peace and quiet, but we can certainly use the wood.
The manor needs a lot of work.
That and other things. Meet me at the small shack by the shoreline when you have time. There's something else you need to see.
What is it?
An asset.
Ah yeah, so now we can also start other Homestead missions, like rescuing the guy over there, who's a woodworker. Honestly, I would love to do as much Homestead missions as possible. I'm not gonna like go actively on the map just to find them. If I come across them, that's cool, and I'm gonna definitely investigate, you know, the Homestead buildings every now and then for new missions. But it's highly unlikely I'm gonna be able to finish all of them without, you know, checking the map constantly at some point. But yeah, I would definitely want to do like a good chunk of them because they're among my favorite content in AC3. Okay, so I would like to find Lance here. I'm just not quite sure which direction it was now. Might have been up there. Maybe not. But I think once I actually have to travel back to Boston or whatever, we will come across Lance either way, right? Because it's like, I think, on the way to Boston. On the cliff there. I think it might have been here, hasn't it? Yeah, that's the location. Okay. Never mind, we found it.
Let's see if our man can fly.
What in God's name is going on around here? Anyone! Please! You had your warning! Please! Help me! Someone pull me up! Thank you. Thank you.
Are you all right?
I think so. Didn't do much to me aside from a good scare. Blackguards.
What did they want with you?
My purse, which was meager, and they decided to punish me for their trouble. Silly, really. My tools and equipment were worth a king's share to the right man. In any case, I had best get on my way. It's a long walk to the nearest inn. I thank you again for your kindness.
Have you no home?
Oh, well, I was a proud resident of Boston until recently, but I'm not a supporter of His Majesty, and, well, I was forced out of my woodshop and home by loyalists.
There are plenty around here who could use the services of a skilled craftsman, if you were looking for somewhere to settle.
Is that right? I may look into that.
Right, that unlocks Lance, the woodworker. Gonna be quite important, of course, to actually be able to use a lot of the wood that the lumberjacks are getting fast. Alright, very nice. Let's head back to the homestead, because Achilles still wants to show us another asset, of course. And I really appreciate how the trees are also moving, as you can see. I mean, they're all kind of like moving at the same time. But still, you know, for like a game in 2012, this wasn't like a given, I guess. You'll go to that kind of like detail with the environment. I'm really looking forward to actually unlock things like the traveling system, the trading system, and the Brotherhood system. I think they've done quite well in this game, actually. Yeah, not quite there yet. But I think we have to go back to the, or go down to the dock now, don't we? So we can get the Aquila repaired. Invisible knife. So, according to the animation, what Connor's supposed to do is he has kind of like a hidden blade that is also like foldable in a way, at least some part of it, that he can like use as like a knife that he's holding with his whole hand, I guess. And that one he's also using to skin animals. But obviously we haven't gotten the... I mean, we have the hidden blade, but maybe it's not the customized version yet. Connor.
He was 7 feet tall if he was an inch, I tell ya.
I think it might unlock once we have like the full assassin outfit on it.
I could feel it then when I met him. No weapon made by man could harm him.
Yeah.
Dear Amanda quit the town. Come, dear Amanda quit the town. Go away!
Say, go away, boy! Do you not speak the King's English? Oh, I didn't see you there, old man. I'd have set my home in order if I'd known you'd be calling.
The boy's name is Connor. He's here to restore the property.
Restore? Restore? Pardon my manners. She's still the fastest in the Atlantic. Sure, she needs some attention. Minor things mostly, but with a little affection, she'll fly again.
Who is she?
Who is she? Why, the Aquila boy, the ghost of the North Seas.
The boat.
A boat? She's a ship, boy, and make no mistake about it. I thought you brought him here to restore order. I reckon he's the greenest thing on the frontier.
Connor, meet me back at the manor when you've finished here.
You said it requires repairs. You able?
She does need work. A ship is a she, boy. And yes, I can refit her, but I'm lacking in the proper supplies. Some quality timber would help me get started.
I can see to that. How long before she is able to sail again?
Just get me the lumber, boy. I'll raise a crew.
I like how it says if a ship only needs minor things. And, you know, it's like in this state. It's like, yeah, sure. Minor things. The ship needs minor things, like a new ship. Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, the amount of lumber that it needs to fix is probably sufficient to build a bit of a smaller ship instead, from scratch.
There you are. I've something to show you. Come, take a look.
What is it?
A ledger. It lets us manage the Homestead's dealings.
And these?
That was years ago. Before the slow fever, before the Templars, before everything collapsed. But that's all in the past. Better we focus on what's in front of us. Take up the ledger, and I'll teach you how it all works.
Yeah, the fever. So Achilles mentions that because that's what basically killed his wife and son. So, stockpile allows you to purchase items from homesteaders and display the items you currently own. So, we can buy oak lumber from them. Then we can go to the trading. Select free and then choose the vendor. And then send the convoy. Now, there's a risk of 35%, which means we might have to secure the convoy. That being said, given that I play without the HUD, I won't actually get the notification, I guess, that the convoy is attacked. Depending on whether or not I have like the phone or HUD mod enabled. And even if we do, I would have to check like the map to see where the convoy is. So I would just have to take the risk. We're not gonna go defend our convoys unless we come across them naturally, essentially. So yeah, I assume we're gonna lose quite a few convoys in this playthrough. We might have to recraft them every now and then. But that's right.
Time passed quickly after that. My days a blur of study, training, and work. What little free time Achilles allowed me was spent learning about the Templars, about Charles Lee and my father. I longed to confront them, to put an end to their schemes, to ensure my people would remain untroubled and free. But I knew it was too soon, that to approach them now would see me killed. All my work would be for nothing. Patience, restraint. These proved the most difficult subjects for me. But in time, I mastered them as well. Days became months. Months became years. And as my skills and knowledge grew, so too did I.
I really enjoy these monologues of Connor. No. Because he's obviously not like the most outgoing character, so I think choosing to have monologues for him, you know, because he would basically keep most of his thoughts to himself, I think just makes perfect sense. It really gives you like more of an insight into his like own personal struggle and what he's been doing and why he's been doing things. But yes, now we also have the crafting available to us. So we can go here and we can start crafting barrels, for instance. And barrels of course sell for more, so they will be worth crafting. Or even if we like wanna do something with the barrels, right? If we wanna like store ale in the barrel, then we can do that and then get even more money. I gotta say, like, even though it might be a bit overwhelming at first, this economy system is probably the most immersive or the most realistic one out of all we had so far. Because there's just so many things you can craft, right? From like materials, drinking, clothing, medication, woodworks, etc. You know, there's like so much you can craft, you can sell. You then have to use to craft something different. You know, which might make it a bit bothersome to get everything crafted and sold or whatever. But it definitely makes it more realistic, I guess. Okay, we can also buy some charcoal, some oak bark, and more oak lumber. And that's it. Okay, we can craft more barrels here. Or we could craft another land convoy, that's more important. Because then we can send out another convoy for trading here. Yeah, let's sell 2 barrels, I guess. To this guy. Yeah, pellets are actually really good. Honestly, put up. Let's clear this. And we're actually gonna sell pelts because they are one of the best ways to get money early on in this game, or in general. And you can actually get these from Connor's own personal stash. So for instance, like deer pelts are really good to sell. Got 3 of those easily, so we can sell those for 320 per 2 Hancocks. And that net us like almost 1,000 pounds of potential profit. Which isn't too bad for like a start. And then obviously the bigger our convoys get and once we get naval convoys and etc. we can just maximize the profit even further. You know what, Harbinger, I also just had to think about when you told me that you killed like so many beavers just to get enough money. But yeah, I mean, it's a nice resource for money, that's for sure. And yeah, look at that. The Aquila is standing again. Oh yeah. But I haven't forgotten about the stealth challenge yet, Harbinger, but I'm kind of like still waiting for a moment where I can apply it. So, I guess you have to wait a bit longer. But yeah, you guys have to wait a bit longer in general, because before we're gonna continue here with the next mission, I'm actually gonna go and take a break now, because we have streamed for 3.5 hours now. So definitely time for a break. I will be back in like 15 to 20 roughly. And then we're gonna do some naval stuff. Get the introduction for that. So, yeah, we'll catch you guys in just a few with more of AC3 and our no HUD challenge. Alright, welcome back, and thank you all for staying tuned for more of AC3 with our no HUD run of the game. Currently at the tail end of sequence 5, we just unlocked the Aquila, and yeah, we're gonna make our way now onto the ship and into the ocean. Kind of like get accustomed with it, with the traversal, the combat, and yeah, all the ins and outs of it. So let's go ahead and meet our new captain slash first mate. The hard way. Sail to Martha's Vineyard to equip the Aquila with cannon. Officers must also be hired to command the new guns.
Come aboard and feast your eyes, boy. No, not the left foot. Never the left foot. Horrible look. Step with your right foot first.
She is solid?
The sandbars will slow us down, but the rocks will put a hole through a hole. And if you want to make a quick tack, call for half sail. She's more maneuverable then.
Makes you kind of wonder when and if we get like another comparable naval system again in another AC game.
Mind those other vessels! Hold your tack to keep your right of way!
Japan could definitely be the case for sure. I mean, naval traversal at least would make a whole lot of sense there. Man, that would be so cool, like, you know, traversing the islands there. Kind of like similar to a Black Flag open world.
Cottages! We're close! Drop anchor. We'll go ashore, buy our guns, and find our officers.
Oh, hello, Miss Mandy. You're looking every bit as ravishing as I remember.
After all these years, you sail all the way to the vineyard to pay me compliments?
We are looking for David and Richard Clutterbuck.
Nice to see you, too.
Robert Faulkner. Where the hell you been?
Sorry for leaving like I did, lads, but where I was going, no one could know. You two working much?
No. Between contracts at the moment.
Well, we're looking for gunnery officers. What would you two say to working with me again?
We'd be for getting into a few more scraps.
Good show.
The Aquila is a fine vessel. We're fitting all the guns as we speak.
Looks like your friend's about to catch a beating.
Where is Charles Lee?
I don't much care for your tone, boy.
Hey, you don't want to be doing that, Biddle.
Bobby Faulkner turned to wet nursing. It's good you finally realize you're a shite sailor.
Whoa, 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 not in here, gentlemen. Better still, not at all. Bobby, take your friends and get out!
Let's go, boys. Our guns ought to be ready. Come on.
Where is Charles Lee? Hey there, Eline, welcome in. That's how the meme was born, I guess. But it's like the equivalent of Shay saying, I make my own lock.
What the hell was that about?
The older man is a Templar. Who was he with?
A Templar? The young buck was Nicholas Biddle. Nobody. Sails before the mast. Midshipman for the Crown.
Are the guns ready?
Aye, but we won't jump in over our heads. We'll find a suitable target and show you how they work. We've fitted her with a modest amount of guns to start, but rest assured there's ample room to add more should you feel the need.
Looks like a British frigate with half seas over. Should do nicely for a spotted target practice. Bring around broadside, and when all guns are on target, call fire.
Okay, interesting. So the actual trajectory of the cannons is actually displayed there. Also when it's ready to be like fully charged. That enough?
Done, boy. Now, aim all guns at her bow and do as much damage as possible.
Some old powder in there!
Good! Now give the swivel guns a turn. More precise. Hit those old powder barrels and light up the sky.
Never gets old! Not bad for a spud, Captain.
Ha ha! You are a fast learner.
Provided something interests me.
Ah, getting a taste for the open sea, are we? We'll make a jack tar out of you yet. Now we should be getting back. The old man is like to have my hide for keeping you out so long.
Okay, so here's the thing. I'm not quite sure where in the wide ocean here we have to sail, but I think it's pretty much straightforward. But hey, there should be enemy's walls guiding us towards where we have to go, so... Alright, there we
Why
go.
is he shooting at us? Destroying property of the crown, disturbing the king's peace, take your pick!
Easy enough.
English frigate! Oh, be betwattled, another one! Where in the bloody hell did she come from?
So hey there, Leo, welcome in. Playing your favorite AC behind Origins, you see? Oh yeah. I love both of these games as well. Can't wait to actually unlock the whole Homestead and Bravo system and all that in this game.
Carry on, sailor. Not bad for your first voyage, eh, boy?
Now we best be getting back, or the old man'll have my guts for garters.
I got 'em! All of 'em! You get what I need, and I'll give 'em to you. Simple. You got a ship, could find 'em all to boot.
Who is that man?
Him? Some old salt always on about letters he's got from Captain Kidd. Nonsense, really, but he doesn't hurt no one, so I'll leave him be. Talk to him if you fancy, but be warned he'll chew your ear off. Anyway, the Aquila's here for you. If you should get a pang for the open sea, we'll be waiting. Now, I implore you to head up the hill before the old man comes out of retirement just for me.
Few weeks, and not even a goodbye before you left.
Sorry.
Well, what are you waiting for? Put them on. Once upon a time, we had a ceremony on such occasions. But I don't think either of us are really the type for that. You've your tools and training, your targets and goals. And now you have your title. Welcome to the Brotherhood, Connor.
Probably the most depressing assassin initiation ever. But obviously, you know, Achilles is just like influenced by everything that's already happened to the Brotherhood.
Welcome back, Desmond. You'll be happy to hear there's actually good news for once.
Yeah?
I've managed to locate a power source, and it's relatively close by. Up for a trip to Manhattan?
Is it safe to leave? Abstergo's gotta be looking for us.
Obviously it's not safe. Can't exactly sit around here hoping to get lucky, though, can we? We need that power source. Besides, I'm sure you can cook up some way to hide our movements.
Maybe. The Templars have access to all kinds of satellites and camera systems. We'll need to find a way to mask our digital signature. I can probably camouflage the van, too. But there's not much I can do for us.
That's an easy one.
Local utility companies have assured the public that they're completely prepared for the upcoming solar maximum. Disruptions to service are expected to be minimal.
If only they knew.
What's this?
A remote-operated camera. It'll provide us with a feed while you're on mission. This will let us talk to each other.
We're almost there, so listen up. The artifact is in an office penthouse in Lower Manhattan. At this time of night, direct infiltration is going to get you noticed. I think we're better off having you drop in from above.
What do you mean, above? Can you hear me? Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Yep, reach you just fine. Now why don't you power up the camera? I've got pictures. Running diagnostics. Perfect. I've got a nice, strong signal.
Yeah, a very strong signal. This mission is really cool, like how you kind of climb, you know, a skyscraper, essentially. It's gonna look even better here with no HUD whatsoever.
Seriously, Sean? Fuck you.
Yeah, seeing like the small dots of cars down there, I can kind of like assume how high up we are here. We're not yet done either. Ah, sorry, Leo. Can't minimize the game right now to allow that message. We're playing this part first time being hyped. We were finally gonna get a modern Desmond vs. Templars game, and they killed him when bought Steve the other way. Yeah. It's really ironic because initially they planned on only having 3 games, right? And the third game being kinda like really focused on modern day Desmond. Eventually even mastering the bleeding effect and like getting to explore his ancestors' memories without even going into the Animus. So yeah, we went a very different direction, that's for sure. But of course Ubisoft, it was important to keep the franchise alive without like ending the entire story. But I mean, they could have done both, right? Like they could have given us a Desmond like modern day focused game and still develop the series forward.
Jesus.
Look on the bright side. No security to worry about.
And on the not so bright side, the slightest misstep means you're effectively paged.
Shut up, Sean.
I mean, Sean's right.
Almost there, Desmond. Once you reach the top of the lit-up crane, you should be high enough to make the jump.
Should?
It'll be fine, don't worry.
Well, you might want to worry a little. I'm pretty sure she was high when she was running the numbers.
Sean!
A joke. It was a joke. Or was it?
Or was it? They could have kept the hidden blade melee focused gameplay because assassins are supposed to be incognito and carrying even a pistol isn't exactly inconspicuous. Exactly, you know. I think when people also make the argument that, you know, 20th century assassin's Creed wouldn't work, I think, you know, it really depends on the situation. Like, yeah, maybe you shouldn't, like, focus entirely on, like, battlefields and stuff, you know, but there was, like, so much espionage going on, especially during the Cold War, of course, but throughout the entire 20th century. And, yeah, I don't see any reason not to have, like, a more modern AC game, if it's 20th century or 21st. Or even further in the future. Because you could still apply the same methods in lots of different situations. Yeah, one can dream, I guess.
Jump when you're ready, but wait for my signal to open the chute. Timing's really important here. Too soon or too late and you'll miss the building. Now, open your chute!
It really is, you know, like the whole modern day of AC3 was fantastic, I thought. Like the missions you actually went on to with Desmond, like seeing him in the field for first time, really.
That wasn't so bad.
So, you must be Desmond. Not exactly what I expected.
but I guess your kind doesn't have many options these days.
Who are you?
Ask your father. Now give me that.
I don't think so.
Look, I'm not supposed to kill you, but the boss man didn't say anything about fucking you up. So you've got to the counter.
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't have gotten quite as close to Desmond. Beginner mistake.
So who the hell is Daniel Cross?
Believe it or not, he used to be an assassin. The assassin, the way I've heard it told, but it turned out he was a sleeper agent for Abstergo, programmed to infiltrate and destroy the organization.
How did he know you were there? We could be compromised.
They must have caught me snooping inside their network and sent Cross to see what we were after. If they were aware of our current location, we'd know. Though, I will say this. It doesn't bode very well for future expeditions.
I've set up some cameras topside. If anyone shows up, we'll see it.
I'd suggest you go see about finding a socket for that power source. Or we can return to Connor if you prefer. All the artifacts in the world won't mean a thing without the key.
Welcome back, Mustang. Yeah, no kidding, Leo. It's like, dude. This is like kidnapping 101. Yeah, he made it very easy there for Desmond. I like the fact that Desmond actually used the power source to smack his head. You know, even risking it potentially going broke.
Son, I owe you an apology. I shouldn't have lashed out like that. You have to understand, I've never been very good at this. Never mind that we live rather extraordinary lives.
Yeah, I kinda liked my ordinary one.
You can't escape who you are, Desmond.
So I've noticed.
Look, it's silly for us to go back and forth like this. I admit, I did a shitty job raising you. I apologize, I'm sorry. But it's important you understand it didn't come from a bad place. You're my son. I love you. I guess I was so busy trying to make sure nothing bad happened, I didn't consider the consequences. Truce.
Yeah, doing quite well. We just finished with Connor's training. So we have now officially finished Sequence 5. Also unlocked the Aquila, the ship. And done a bit of naval stuff. So, yeah. Definitely progressing nicely through this game so far.
I can't believe it's taken me so long to ask, but... how's Mom? She's not...
No. Your mother is fine. We decided it was safer if we split up for this job.
Always assuming the worst.
For good reason.
Can I at least say hi to her?
I'm sorry, it's too risky. Maybe when we're done.
Right. When we're done.
Yeah, when Desmond is done for good.
Have we ever tried to make peace with the Templars?
Throughout our history, there have been moments. Several, in fact. But it's impossible. There are existential differences, insurmountable. If there were to be unity, it wouldn't be a truce so much as a submission.
But knowing what's about to happen, wouldn't it make sense to try and talk to Vidic? Come to an arrangement, even if it's only temporary?
We'd all be so busy watching our backs, nothing would get accomplished. Imagine that. We're more productive at war.
Well, have we ever tried sending in someone? Doing to them what they did to us with Lucy? Or Cross?
We have, and it's never worked. We've sent people who were either too weak and found themselves turned, or too strong and were unable to carry out the charade.
I just feel like we all want the same thing.
We use the same words, but that's all they are, words. In the end, it all comes down to freedom. We seek it, they detest it. And so there's never an end to the fight. Not until one side is completely gone.
Is that even possible?
Probably not. Our two groups have existed in one form or another since, well, since forever. But things can be better than they are. And that's something.
It's kind of funny how his hair was just like flashing up. Like almost like a, you know, light blinking or whatever. But there's a few lighting bugs, I guess, as a result of like changing the lighting system, I guess, for the remaster. That being one of them. Right, Unity. Yeah, I guess love can surpass, you know, the struggles of the Templars and Assassins. But it can't surpass the desire for revenge. That's what Unity is trying to tell us, I guess. At least in Elise's case. Yeah, no worries, Mustang. We're gonna be doing a bit of modern day. I'm gonna talk to everyone. And we're also gonna insert the power source before we go back to Connor again.
Did you look for me, Dad? When I was gone?
Every day.
Come on.
I mean it. Every night I'd look, searching for your name or variations of it, hoping you'd slip up. Abstergo only found you first because they had better access. A few more days and it would have been me.
Well, I'm here now.
And I'm glad.
Do you think Lucy regretted what she was doing?
I used to think I knew her well, but clearly that wasn't the case. So I really can't give you an honest answer.
She seemed so sincere, though. Like she really wanted to make a difference.
Yes, well, when I first met him, I thought the same thing about Cross.
It just keeps happening over and over again.
What does?
Everything.
Don't get weird on me, Desmond.
No, it's fine. I'm fine. Don't worry.
All right, then. You should think about getting back in the Animus. We've got to find that key.
Don't get weird on me, Desmond. Yeah, getting to the power sources, or I guess kind of like to the docking stations, can be what's that lighting bug there? You can turn off the light and turn it back on. But yeah, finding the kind of docking stations or power sources can definitely be a bit tricky. Don't know exactly where they are.
Ah, Desmond, there you are. Can I ask a favor?
Maybe.
When this is all over, I'd like to try turning the dial back on the Animus. Like, all the way back. To the time of the first civilization.
You think it would work?
There was no real loss of fidelity when you visited Altair. Then again, that was about 1,000 years ago, and I'm looking at going back at least 70,000 more.
Sure, I'd be up for it. It'd be interesting to see what things were like back then.
Excellent. I think it would prove most enlightening.
The foreshadowing of a potential first Civ game.
So this is how it started.
What are you up to?
Just brushing up on my American history. Well, I say history. They certainly teach you strange things in the States.
Like what?
Well, for all the talk of this being a revolutionary war, it was a civil one. Well, not that kind of civil. I mean, there was no America versus Britain. It was Brit on Brit action. And you can clearly see how the whole thing got started. One war gave birth to the other.
You mean the 7 Years' War?
Exactly. Seems the Crown overspent in its attempt to keep the French out. Wound up with a great deal of debt. Believing that the colonists should help to shoulder the burden, new taxes were created. It was a reasonable request, even if Parliament was rather, well, undiplomatic about it.
Well, it's not really fair to tax people for a war they didn't want any part of.
What? Didn't want any part of? Did you not notice George Washington with Edward Braddock? He was right there in the middle of it. So here you have the Crown spending who knows how much money to secure a place for the colonists to thrive, and then, when they ask for a little bit of help... Right, look, think of it this way. King George and the colonists, they all go out to dinner, right? So this is how it started.
What are you up to?
Just brushing up on my American history. I say history. They certainly teach you strange things in the States.
Like what?
Well, for all the talk of this being a revolutionary war, it was a civil one. Well, not that kind of civil. I mean, there was no America versus Britain. It was Brit on Brit action. And you can clearly see how the whole thing got started. One war gave birth to the other.
You mean the 7 Years' War?
Exactly. Seems the Crown overspent in its attempt to keep the French out, wound up with a great deal of debt. Believing that the colonists should help to shoulder the burden, new taxes were created. It was a reasonable request, even if Parliament was rather, well, undiplomatic about it.
Well, it's not really fair to tax people for a war they didn't want any part of.
What? Didn't want any part of? Did you not notice George Washington with Edward Braddock? He was right there in the middle of it. So here you have the Crown spending who knows how much money to secure a place for the colonists to thrive, and then, when they ask for a little bit of help... Right, look, think of it this way. King George and the colonists, they all go out to dinner, right? And when the bill comes, George asks for them to kick in and pay their share. Fair enough. But keep in mind, he's been taking them out to dinner gratis for decades now. But the colonists, oh no, they insist they only had a glass of water and a side salad. Never mind the table's full of half-eaten food and empty bottles of wine. Then when the king points this out, what do the colonists do? Oh, they flip the table over and they storm out the restaurant. Probably intending to return later and burn it down.
You left out the part where the king pointed a gun at the colonists and asked them to cover dinner for everyone in the restaurant.
Right, yeah, interesting take. If he pulled out a gun, and I'm not sure he did, it would only have been after the 100th failed attempt at getting them to pay their fair share.
But how do you define someone's fair share?
Oh, well, with a war, apparently.
I really like these conversations between Sean and Desmond, you know, when they kind of discuss the politics, for instance, of the American Revolution. Sean, of course, having a very, like, British-focused approach to it. But of course, he's also raising good points, you know, but so does Desmond. I think it's kind of funny, though, that Sean is like, what you guys learn in America, you know, because obviously Desmond wasn't even part of, like, the educational system of America. You know, he was, like, growing up as an assassin. And he never really got to experience like a regular school system or something like this. So not like, you know, he had like a classic education of a, you know, regular American kid or something. It's kind of funny that Sean makes a comment there. But in a way, I guess Desmond is also like a fourth wall break for the player, of course. And a lot of the, you know, player base is English or American. So, or English speaking, I should say. So this is kind of like also to, you know, kind of like question a little bit maybe what some people grew up with, knowing about the whole thing, you know. I think the conversations itself are really, really good between the two.
I wonder how many other places like this exist.
There are dozens of them, all over the world.
And somehow no one's ever found one before us.
I don't think that's true.
Oh?
When I was at Abstergo, Vidic talked about silencing discoveries made by non-Templars. And I'm sure Abstergo has dug up plenty.
The things they must know.
Regretting throwing in with us?
No. Just looking...
Oh Jesus, why is this always like interrupting? I'm not standing that far away. Leo, they both make good points, but the Brits have a long history of a lack of a better word, leeching of countries that invaded. Ireland, US, Australia, South Africa, India, China, and the whole opium trade. Yeah. I mean, definitely a big colonial power. And, I mean, of course, many different countries have done comparable things. But, yeah, the British definitely have a long and lasting history in that regard.
I wonder how many other places like this exist.
There are dozens of them, all over the world.
And somehow no one's ever found one before us.
I don't think that's true.
Oh?
When I was at Abstergo, Vidic talked about silencing discoveries made by non-Templars. And I'm sure Abstergo has dug up plenty.
The things they must know.
Regretting throwing in with us?
No. Just looking forward to when we can finally trounce those bastards so I can dive into their archives.
That's the spirit.
Oh, I think I found a lead on another power source.
Alrighty, so that's everything with Sean here. Let's go ahead and talk to Rebecca.
I know everyone thinks I'm being silly, but I can't shake the feeling we're being watched.
We are being watched. By Juno. Or some version of her.
Do you think it's a recording? Or is she a ghost? Or something else? Is she talking to us the way Minerva talked to Ezio?
No clue. I mean, who knows what else they were working on down here? There's still so many rooms we don't have access to.
But do you think she's like literally down here, waiting somewhere, still alive?
Still alive? That's mental. That means she'd be at least 75, 80,000 years old? Oh, powerful, yeah, but not that powerful.
They came down here looking for a way to survive. Maybe they found one.
Yeah, that's a fair point too, Leo. You know, like the distance between like, you know, like a message from the UK to Australia would just be insane. And there was definitely also a problem with, you know, the American colonies, of course, as well. But yeah, ultimately, you know, it went the way it was supposed to go, I guess, because you need people at the location that make the decision, or at least help make them. Can't just have somebody who's not even been there to make all the decision for them. Like, that's just bound to fail. Did you, Leo? Nice. How was that book series called, if you remember?
Was it weird seeing Cross?
What do you mean?
It's different for you. You don't know about what happened, I guess. For a long time, he was important to us. He was a different person.
Sean said he was a sleeper agent, like Lucy.
It was different. She made a choice, but Cross, if you read the files, Abstergo just... They did terrible things to him.
Rebecca?
You're lucky. We all are. We have people who care about us, who look out for us. He was all alone, and the people he thought he could trust, they used him.
Did you know him?
No, but I knew Hannah.
Who's that?
She tried to help him. She trusted him. But there was a raid about a year ago. She stayed behind so the others could escape. Tried to reason with him, to see if she could fix things.
Well, what happened?
What do you think happened? He killed her. That's what he does. That's all he knows how to do. Sometimes it seems like that's all any of us know how to do.
Rebecca.
I just want to be alone right now.
Yeah, fair enough. It's so cool. Temeraire series by Naomi Novik set during Napoleonic Wars, which is when Australia broke away. It's history, fantasy, as well as navy and infantry. Each country has saviors who fly in formations of dragons. Aside from that, the political events are much the same as what actually happened. That's kind of cool. I love when you do something like this, you know, kind of like make it in connection to real world events or like present day or whatever. Kind of like make your own spin of it. I think it was part of the reason why I also was so like into like Harry Potter as a kid, because you know, it was kind of like based on, of course, our real world and stuff, but it was kind of like you know, something that just went or kind of kept in the background, I guess. Obviously, it's of course like less history, fantasy, or anything, but I like when there's like I guess a connection to like you know, our history or our world. Which, yeah, as you say, like definitely helps make it like be a bit more believable than just like a straight up fantasy. Right, but yeah, now that we talked to everybody, it's time we talk to Juno a little bit and insert the first power source.
In the beginning, when we thought we could be saved, we sought to face the sun's wrath and contain it. 4 towers would be built to pull her fury into this place and dispel it. But even with all we knew, with all we had, it would take too long. 1,000 years we could labor and still the work would not be done. The first tower was never completed. The project abandoned. We moved on. But while we labored on other endeavors, a few returned. They thought to automate the process. Metal might finish what flesh could not.
Just had to think of Valhalla again, because in Assassin's Creed Valhalla you actually have the whole like tower storyline. You know, you actually witness like the building of one of those towers as well. When Odin is basically enlisting the help of the builder, one of the, you know, kind of like Isu from the first civilization that Juno also belonged to. One of the, you know, Roman pantheon Isu, I guess you could say. But it was meant to kind of like shield them and help them against, you know, the solar outbreak and everything. But it didn't quite work. And I guess in Odin's case it was also like more about trying to kind of like deal with invading forces of the Roman pantheon.
If we could not meet the sun's cruel embrace, perhaps we might rebuke it. Already we could generate fields to protect us in times of strife. But these were small and simple things. To replicate them on a scale the size of a world, we lack the energy to make it so. Half the world, they said then. It is better than none at all. We tried. Again, we failed. A quarter, they asked. Even this we could not do. A sixth, an eighth, a tenth, they cried. The answer was still the same. Perhaps in time a city might be spared. But it was time we did not have. So we moved on.
I think this part is really interesting because you actually see one of the pieces of Eden that Connor later gets through the naval stuff actually, which is kind of like a ring that he can use as like an anti-magnetic type of effect. And it's kind of like the same technology that they try to kind of like put around the Earth to kind of like, you know, shield it of course from the apocalypse happening. But yeah, unfortunately it didn't work. And they eventually ran out of time and out of solutions. Which is how most of them really died. And only very few survived, but ultimately died as well. Yeah, this is like giving so much insight. Also like even with the architecture of the first Civ, right? We saw like one of the first Civ cities as like a projection. Even though it was like a bit more basic. but you can definitely tell it was like a very similar architecture we see later in games like Origins, Odyssey and Valhalla, whenever we see like first civilization structures.
Wonder what's inside.
Only one way to find out.
And there we go. The next path is revealed. However, we're not gonna go there until we get the second power source as well. So for now, it's time to go back to Connor and into the Animus. Leo, it's interesting too, because you recently started reading about nuclear fusion, which is hypothesized to be usable as a power source over the next 3 to 4 decades. And as a power source, it's practically limitless, so I don't know how they weren't able to make the shield since they were so advanced. Yeah, that's a good point actually. Makes you wonder if they even discovered nuclear power. Because I guess in a way they were definitely advanced, but in also some other ways still limited. So who knows, you know, what they might have actually discovered and whatnot. I think one thing we also talk about is the fact that the first civilization people were actually very few in comparison to the humanity. And that the humanity on their own is actually capable of maybe even making faster progress in some regards. Because just of like the sheer amount there is, and just like the pure chance of like, for example, discovering new things. I'm not sure how much that maybe also played a role in them maybe not going that far. Like finding a way to power all that. You went down a rabbit hole asking an AI how the sun burns, which led you to a nuclear fusion, and the rabbit hole just kept going. I mean, that's cool, I think, when you get down one of those rabbit holes and just like make all those connections in a way, you know? I never mind going down a rabbit hole myself. Just gotta stop at some point and take a break every now and then.
Good luck, Desmond.
These are troubled times. The already uneasy alliance between the Crown and its subjects frays. And behind them both the Templars plot, pulling strings and moving pieces. History dictates they seek order through control. But how will they affect it here? Who supports them? And what conspiracies have they already spun?
Spare a
All
moment.
these things I must determine.
Of course.
For
Have
only
a
by
look.
knowing my enemy can I hope to stop
What
them.
is it?
Xingbao, or rope dart if you prefer. One of the many plans given to us by Xiao Yun to...
Sorry.
We'll have to work on this.
Ganondogo.
Yes, my friend.
What brings you here?
Is the village all right?
For now.
What do you mean? What has happened?
Men came, claiming we had to leave. They said that the land was being sold, and that the Confederacy had consented. We sent an envoy, but they would not listen.
You must refuse!
We cannot oppose the Sachem, but you're right as well. We cannot give up our home.
Do you have a name? Do you know who is responsible?
He's called William Johnson.
Where is Johnson now?
In Boston, making preparations for the sale.
Sale! This is theft!
Connor, take care. These men are powerful.
What would you have me do? I made a promise to my people.
If you insist upon this course of action, seek out Sam Adams in Boston. He'll be able to help. What have you done?
When my people go to war, A hatchet is buried into a post to signify its start. When the thread is ended, the hatchet is removed.
You could have used a tree.
It's like, come on, Connor. You just like literally renovated this place and now you're already destroying it. Yeah, fair enough, Leo. So I know this might be a bit awkward timing there, but I'm still gonna go back into the homestead to talk to Achilles again, because he has something to tell us.
Connor, it has occurred to me that the times we live in will be looked upon by future generations with a certain degree of scrutiny, no matter the outcome. With that in mind, I think it valuable to record the goings-on around the homestead. A true log of how people lived during this time of transition. Something to help color the portrait. What do you think?
When I find a moment, I will try.
Very good.
Alright, so this starts the Encyclopedia of a Common Man, where we can basically track the activities of all kinds of homesteaders to kind of like learn more about the trade and what they're doing. Right, but yeah, I guess it's time to find Johnson. Oh, there's one thing I can do, I think. I can get to know Myriam, can I? She should be somewhere around here. And then I can also do the challenge finally for...
Bloody hell! Can you help me?
The challenge for the stove that Harbinger redeemed earlier. So I'm gonna start the challenge once I actually get to take care of the poachers that attacked Myriam. So let me check something here real quick. I did turn off the subtitles earlier, right? But it's still appearing here. It's kind of weird.
Bloody hell!
Fair enough.
Can you help me?
Just gonna go with no HUD whatsoever then.
Are you all right?
What do you think?
How did this happen?
Poachers in the woods. I asked them to leave. This was their answer.
Come on. We need to get that arm looked at.
What if the men who did this?
They can wait. Your wound cannot. You'll be able to make it to the house.
Yes. I think the ball took only flesh.
And what is your name?
Myriam.
Do you live nearby?
I don't have a home per se. I took to the frontier when I was a young girl. I've made my life out here ever since. Living where the land makes it easiest.
Not a common choice for a woman of the colonies.
No, it's not. But truth be told, it was this, the convent or the brothels. I prefer the open air.
Ava, if you are welcome in, good morning.
Connor, what are you doing?
Those poachers need to be stopped.
Saw the scabs from my hunting blind. Get to that and you shouldn't have any trouble finding them.
Use the rope dart if you can. Get familiar with it.
Alright, so starting with stealth challenge now. 5-minute countdown is on. I think we're over there, aren't we? FS1. Alright, that's one down. How to find the other two? Ah, there's one guy. But there, where's the other one? He's over there. Yeah. Okay, there should be some more guys coming here. Little random shit, but your years of gaming reflexes came in useful the other night. Oh yeah? Was a fucking mouse scurrying about your place, you got a plastic bag as a glove and caught the little turd. Oh, you did? Damn. Yeah? It doesn't sound super pleasant, like having to deal with like actual vermin in your flat. That's cool, you could like, you know, get a little turd out of there safely.
William Johnson's opening up some of that Mohawk land he purchased for free hunting soon. Might be we make a good haul up there.
I hear tell lumbering will be allowed to boot.
What does he want with the territory if not the game and timber?
Don't know. Don't much care neither. Beat skulking around these woods. Something don't feel right.
Feeling a bit guilty on account of that woman you put a hole in?
Nah. She had it coming.
What's she dressed like that for anyway? It's not natural.
You bastards. Okay, there should still be one more target, I guess. everywhere. I don't even see the quick prompt buttons. I just have to press like random buttons. I gotcha, Leo. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, to be fair, I also grew up around like mouses and stuff, and even rats sometimes, because I grew up in a very like old house, like 300 years old or something. And it's like quite large as well, and they sort of like crawl through the like walls and stuff because of it just being so old. I mean, we had a cat who took care of some of them, and we also had like mouse traps and stuff, but it was never enough to get all of them. What is this like animus sound all the time? Weird. Sounds like a synchronization issue or something. But yeah, the timer has officially concluded, so the stealth challenge is done. That's the last dude. Okay, there we go.
Hey! Where are you, fellas? Shooting strangers in the forest, is that common hunting practice where you come from? No! Spare me! Go! Tell the friends you have left what happened here.
Yeah, no wonder I didn't find them. It was just like a random unmarked checkpoint. I'm glad I found it as early as I did. You like Connor, Eline? Yeah, me too. I think one thing that's great about his character in this game is his interaction with the homesteaders, like the people that settle in this area. Because you can really see like how much he cares for them And in general, I guess, for kind of like people just living their life, you know.
Thank you, Achilles.
You are most welcome.
Why did those men attack you?
It's no secret this land is full with game. I spotted the trespassers en route to request permission to hunt here myself, and suggested they do the same.
The bounty of the forest is not mine to give. It is your right to hunt on this land, but I would appreciate you trading your surplus with the others.
Very well. I accept.
There we go. Now we have a huntress, which is gonna be very useful because pelts and stuff, of course, sell for loads of money, and yeah, that is a good way to kind of like boost our income a little bit further. Okay, can I see the homestead from here? I don't. Ah, there it is. And navigating this place is gonna become easier the more settlers we're gonna have here eventually. He's a kind, overall pleasant character. I would agree, definitely. He's definitely looking out for a zone. Okay, let's have a look at the economy here, because I think one of our convoys has definitely been interrupted here and stopped. First, we're gonna go and refill everything we can. Okay, can I craft another land convoy? I can. We can get another 2 actually. But I can't craft anything here. Okay, let's do some trading. Let's have a look at Connor's inventory first. We're gonna go for some pelts here. Alrighty. I reckon 2 of them should succeed, I hope. But yeah, one of them is probably bound to be attacked. Alrighty, but yeah, I think we are done here in the homestead for now. Let's head towards the frontier. I'm still gonna check out Lance and the lumberjacks just to see if there's any kind of like new interactions with them.
Ja, man. Ja, man.
And there you go. Now you have a proper animation for a hidden blade there. It's not invisible anymore. That's not very lumberjacky of you. I didn't hire you to fish. Yeah, seems like there's no mission for them. Might be an optional conversation for their wives. Yeah, I think there's.
You must be Connor. We've been raring to finally meet you. My name's Catherine, and this is Diana. We're the wives of those two blockheads who cut trees.
Nice to meet you. We've heard so much of you from the boys. Glad to finally put a face to the name.
The pleasure is mine.
We were just discussing how nice this bit of territory is, on a river with nobody upstream. I won't lie, Godfrey's letter had me a little worried, but now that we're here and settled, I must say I'm rather happy.
They had us on this plot north of Champlain that was a tangle of rock and bramble. Ugh, horrible place. It's a real treat to be able to walk up the hill and take in the ocean.
Your husbands must keep you busy.
Nothing we can't handle, Connor. The boys think they run the show, but the real bosses are right in front of you.
I do not doubt it.
Yeah, me neither. Especially with those two guys. Got that? Your blockhead. Ah yeah, got our first activity locked there for Lance as a woodworker. Nice. But yeah, no mission for him, so we are going to a frontier. Ah yeah, and now we also have the option
Looking for the
to...
hunting cabin, you're almost there. Over there.
Now we have the option to also call a horse of our own. It's gonna be very useful. Alright, so we have to find William Johnson. Not too sure, but I think wasn't there like a mission potentially on this side here? I'm definitely gonna focus on more of the northern regions of the frontier between this place and the Mohawk village, I think. Ah yeah, right, this is actually where we have the assassination of Johnson taking place, I think, up there. over at this house. But we're not yet quite as far. That isn't the next mission. I don't think. Ah yeah. So we have to find Samuel Adams to learn more about William Johnson's plans, which means we have to travel back to Boston, essentially. Okay, cool. Let's also have a look here at the Animus Training Center. Okay, so we have now officially passed 6 hours of in-game playtime, which means we can add another 2 to the counter there. There we go. Alright, but yeah guys, I'm not actually gonna be starting on sequence 6 today anymore and do all the traveling back to Boston. I'm gonna reserve it for the next stream of this, which means for today this is all I'm gonna do for AC3. I wanna thank you all so much for coming by and for joining me for another no HUD session of this. It was definitely good to also have the no HUD mod installed so I can finally like get rid of all the like, you know, objective stuff displayed on the screen. It's a bit of a hassle, I guess, kind of like having to manually like check it and untoggle it, I guess, because sometimes you also get rid of like the menu HUD or like the quick select and stuff, but it's still better than what was before. Yeah. The next stream you'll see from me will be tomorrow. We're gonna be going back into Cyberpunk to continue with that game because I would really like to finish it in the next week or so. And then we're gonna come back to AC3 on Monday, I think. But yeah, for now though, let's go ahead and head over here. And then we're gonna have a look to see who's online and who we can raid today. Let's see. Catch you next time, Harbinger. Thank you for being here. And yeah, thank you everyone else as well for joining me for this today. Okay, so it seems like Rod is still playing some Disco Elysium. I think he had to restart his stream though for some reason. But yeah, that's alright. If he's still playing that actively, I'm gonna go and shoot him a raid today. You know the drill. If you want to come along with a raid, feel free to copy and paste these raid emotes. And yeah, then I will see everyone again tomorrow for more Cyberpunk 2077. Until then, I hope you all have a good rest of the day. And yeah, catch you all next time. Until then.